It's my birthday. It was my birthday yesterday. But it was my birthday. Oh my goodness. It was my birthday. Why am I so far over this way? What the fuck? Why am I all the way? Thank you, thank you. So I have to be PNG for this one because my model doesn't work with Subnautica because Subnautica is a massive fucking game. And so is Below Zero, as I have found out recently. I have it open and ready. Oh, my goodness. I woke up like 2 hours ago? Not even, hour and a half ago? Yeah, hour and a half ago I woke up. And my room was like, oh yeah, we can play Subnautica, that's fine. We can do that. That's not gonna be a bad idea whatsoever. Damn, ad break. So I have been playing Subnautica Below Zero for the past week, I think. I've just been playing it just to fuck around. I can't give me proper head pets. I'm sorry. Oh, pretend head pets. Yeah. So I've never actually completed Below Zero. Like, I've finished Subnautica, like I've played Subnautica to the end, but I haven't played Below Zero to the end. I don't even know the story behind. I know a bit of the story from what I was playing this week and last week and the week before. No, it's just been last week. Of the little bits I've played of this game recently, it's weird. It's a weird game. Well, I mean, like, it's fucking Subnautica.
I can take you on company space bucks, Robin. You sure you?
Holy shit! It's Cal.
The research isn't.
Yo, oh.
It is to me and Sam. I need to know what happened.
Yo, Cal, you're in a game. What the fuck?
I can use it for cover from Altera's eyes.
I've been doing that so much. You.
I'll find my way back.
I've been going, what the fuck? You're a man now? Hell yeah! More dicks! Yippee! Hi, Kidnapper!
Approaching 45-46 feet. Surface temperatures. Drop pod deployed.
Hi! Wow. That's mean. How dare she? Yes, because I can break down a metal door. I get that it's not gonna be realistic.
Welcome to 45-36 feet. Enjoy your stay.
I don't want to enjoy. I'm sorry? Okay, I don't want to play this. They take up so much of my inventory.
New blueprint synthesized.
New blueprint synthesized. Like, to make it crazy, I just got them thick thighs. Do I have any more food and water over here? So many things are exploding. Oh, water. So many things are exploding in my face. It's scary. Okay, I don't know what you want yet. Bro, Probably. That actually makes sense. In a game, bugs are killing me. Damn. Bugs suck.
Holy smokes. That did not go as planned. I should find a way into the water and get to the drop pod.
Oh, really? Should I? I don't know. I didn't think that was possible. Sorry, I've been playing this, like, for so long that some of the things that Robin says, it's just like, oh, really? But I get it's supposed to be the tutorial. It's like, oh, get into the water. Oh, come here. I need food. Yoink.
New creature discovered.
Hell yeah. Did you just do circles? You doing flips and I didn't see what the... Water. I'm in my home. That would have been fun as hell to dive off. Can I get up there? I want to dive off from up there. That'd be so good. I may land on that, whatever that is, though. You know, my depth perception is off always. Okay. I had to have a single do it, that's all I needed. How do I get up there? Let me... I've got arms I can climb, let me up. Hold on. We'll go to the drop pod in a second. I need to do this. So very important that I get up there. Would that have made me land on this? No, I think I would be fine. Jumping off there, I would land in the water. Okay, cool. I don't know if I can get up there. We'll just go in here for now. I know, it's very sad. Oh, bladderfish.
New
Wait.
creature discovered.
It's facing a different way to the way it usually is. So that's... Anything in here? No, I've got nothing in there. I keep
Well,
forgetting.
Sam, I guess I might as well gather some tools and resources before starting my search. Hope that radio tower's as easy to spot as Lil said.
Some more filtered water and some food. I have so much that I have to make before I even want to bother doing with the story stuff. Need that, and I need this, and that, and I also need the knife. Okay.
Ribbon plants contain electrolytic materials that can be used in energy storage.
Okay, sweet. Some creep vines. This way, there they are. I'm obsessed with the Subnautica games. I'm being so real. They're all amazing.
Oxygen.
That's mean. That's so mean. What the frick?
New blueprint synthesized.
You scared yourself? Karma. This is what you get. Oh my god, Oh no. Oh no. I hate that the door's on this side. I mean, on the other side. I didn't even know it could be on the other side. Is there big fish? There are so many big fish. There are so many. It's a little bit insane. I can't eat them. I don't think I can, at least. I have a knife. I can protect myself now, at least. I just don't want sea monkeys. That sounds... It's copper. I need that for battery. Knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Ah, I see you, no knifey spoony. Oh, what the? Oh, it's a sea glide fragment. I need my scanner for that. Okay, cool. Got my 2 titanium. Which means I need to cut.
Oxygen.
I'm going. I only got little legs. I almost fucking died. It's... This game has never made me dislike the water more. I've never been so scared. So I played Subnautica 1, which is just Subnautica. And I was terrified of the Reaper Leviathan. Oh, I need 2 of them? Damn it. Wait, I can... Unpin that. No, keep that pinned. Unpin that. And then this one came out, and I'm pretty sure it's got... I know it doesn't have, Reaper Leviathans, which is so good, and I'm so glad. But still, just...
Oxygen.
Hated it. I hated them so much. I want to get a sea truck. I want my sea truck back. I only just got one on my other save, but I fucked it up and I lost it, so I've got to go build another one. It's not fun. Okay, no, I need the fiber mesh. And then I can make an O2 tank. Yippee! And now I can breathe for longer.
Additional blueprints to your data bank.
Okay.
The standard oxygen tank can be upgraded for deluxe and
I need the
VIP
battery,
treatment.
which is... Oh, I can already make that. Okay, now I just need to go get more titanium. It's getting dark. Don't like it being dark. There we go. That's copper. Oh, I need quartz for glass. Titanium, sweet. Okay, cool. I've got the scanner now. Which means I can start getting things. Yippee! It's not actually having things. Thank you! Hi, Helios. Thank you. Tools. Scanner. There we go.
All right, I have a scanner.
That's it. That's all you had to say to me. I've got... Hold on. Should really actually be listening to the lore. Might actually help. It is... Okay, waterproof locker. That's not gonna help me now. Unpin both of those. What should I make next? I guess a compass. Means I need that. Which means I need that. And that. Because workers, and those blots from circulating place itself. The spirit of openness and transparency, which means a lot to us here. First of all, no, Altera did not buy us. We're still Xenoworks. We're not going to move. Officers will start having some kind of hierarchical structure, or even like making you show up on site or anything like that. Although you should for the snacks alone. We're still the scrappy, agile, research first startup you all signed in onto. So what does this controlling stake stuff mean? Well, I guess the most direct way to put it is it means more. More equipment, more research, more risk, more experimentation, more of everything that makes us great. And most of all, more cash. You and your research, and yes, snacks. Lena will be in touch pretty soon about exchanging your old Xenoworks PDAs for snazzy new Altera upgrades, and to help you get comfy with some really minor policy changes that are gonna help us keep everything running nice moving forward. What the fuck? A Pookie? You get a platonic kiss for that. Mwah. Thank you so much. A little platonic kiss for my Pookie. I've been streaming for 20 minutes, what the fuck? I need to stop. Oh, Jesus Christ. What do you mean? I can eat, hold up. There, I get some water in too. Back to reading these. Okay. Sorry about your sister. Oh, please.
I want to offer my sincerest condolences on the passing of your sister. I got to know Sam better towards the end of my mandate with Altera on 4546B, when we were thrown together as basemates at Outpost Zero. She spoke often and fondly of you. I thought you should know, it didn't sit right with me when Altera blamed Sam's death on negligence. The Samantha Ayu I met was many things. Kind, clever, devoted to her work, but never negligent. I wish I could offer you something more substantial, but my access to information has been cut off. You may be in a better position to look into things than I am. If you're able to, Delta Station was our HQ. They were in a big hurry to leave, and there might still be information to be found there. It has a big radio tower, impossible to miss. I hope you find the answers you seek. Lillian Bench.
Damn. Okay, so my sister's dead. And they blamed it on negligence, which means someone else did it. Miss Ayu, on behalf of Zeta Landon, 4546B, Robotics Section Leader, and Inja Cormac, President of Altera Transgov, I regret to inform you the death of Samantha Ayu. She died on planet 4546B, regrettably as a result of injuries sustained in an accident arising from her own negligence. Please allow me to communicate the most profound condolences for the loss of your sister. While further details are unavailable at this time, you will receive contact from the Department of Insurance and Recuperation concerning your responsibilities as next of kin with regards to your payment of damages and legal fees. I had to pay for her fucking up and dying? If you have any questions, you may file form Y7YSSU49U2K and your query will be addressed in sequential order. Sincerely, Emmanuel. Oh, I'm not even gonna try that. 4546B Communications Liaison, Altera Transgov. And I am freezing up. Sam message 1. Here we go.
Robin, guess what? I got the job.
Is that my sister?
Going to 4546B. Now I'll be able to improve the mechanical avian amphibian under real-world stress conditions. Listen, I know your stance on Altera, but I just hope you're happy your sis is happy. I sure hope my sis is happy. I can't wait till we talk again. Oh, I wanted to ask you something. Can you watch my Augie while I'm away? I need someone I can trust to look after my best little potato. Potato, listen. I tried, but that name is just not sticking.
There it is.
He's my little extravite. I'll leave the starchy tubers nicknames to you. Anyway, if you say yes, thanks, baby sis. Love you.
Damn. Okay. It's like, oh, look at that! Wait, that's kind of cool. I like that.
4546B to Robin. Come in, Robin. Remember when we used to play old-timey Space Explorer? This is kind of like that, but it's even harder to communicate. Well, let's see. I got your last message. Altera is not, as you put it, alterrorizing me. Things are going well. My project has a new name. Say goodbye to the mechanical avian amphibian, and hello to spy penguins. We're training the bots to mimic the creatures. Check out the photo.
I saw the photo. The photo's cool. This is
Kinda
sick.
Seeing someone? I know it's not like me to just find a date, let alone on a mostly uninhabited water planet, but...
Is she fucking?
Forget I said anything.
Holy shit, Akira, hi.
Not a real thing, but
Hello.
anyway, I'm sorry to hear Xenoworks might be strapped in the revenue department. Sounds like they still have you busy Xeno working, though. I know there's no way to guarantee an alien intelligence startup will succeed, but you've put so much into it. I hope they find a way to keep going. I know how much it means to you.
Good. I'm doing good.
Control over your research. All right, I gotta go. Later, baby sis. Love you.
Okay. I wanna finish reading or listening to what Sam's telling us.
Hey, Robin. I got your Augie photo. Thanks so much for taking care of him, even though he's a cranky Hey, the nickname actually fits that way. A cranky potato. I know he can be
Hello,
handful, but
Carol.
I really appreciate it. I'm a bit worried about my other baby, the mission. One of my penguins found something big. But Altera is just like nothing to see here. Honestly, kind of glad you can't answer, so you can't, you know, rub it in my face.
Damn.
Go ahead, bask in the fact that you were a little bit right about them. My project is on the line. My job, my safety. I heard about Xenoworks getting bought. Sorry.
I need more copper.
But at least you still have your job. Guess you're one of us
That's
now.
not. That's lead.
Like it or not, welcome to the Altera family.
What is this?
I should probably go before I say something.
Mine now.
Love you. Keep your chin up. Eye on the alien prize.
Oh god. Ass. It just exploded on me. At me. Exploded at me. Where's the exit? Here it is.
Warning.
I'm
30
getting there,
seconds
I'm
of
getting there.
oxygen remaining.
I'll put on the next Sam message while I'm up here. Kaboom. Literally. Thank you! Hi, Dark. Okay, what's the next? Okay, we've got 2 more messages from Sam.
Hey, Robin. I'm sorry my last message was so awful. I've been under a lot of stress. I'm not sure what's going on with anything. I can't really talk about it either. Oh, and I'm definitely not dating anyone on this water planet. Don't know what I was thinking.
What do you mean inventory full? Oh.
Have I told you how cold it is here? Get this. I can't even get my wash and go dry before the wind freezes the moisturizer in my hair. Wild, right? Well, anyway, I'm sure you're mad at me after what I said, but I could really use a friend. You're my sister. I love you.
So,
I'm sorry.
so what I'm hearing is she got dumped and is expecting me. Oh, copper! I've never been so excited to see copper before in my life. What I'm hearing is she got dumped and wants me to sit there and fix it.
Hey, Robin. I really need someone to know. I'm afraid something terrible is gonna happen. You were completely right about Altera, okay? You were right. I was
Vindication!
wrong. The cat should be called Potato. I admit it. Sorry. Bad attempt at a joke. I don't know what to do. I guess I should just come out and say it at this point. I've said this much already. We found a frozen leviathan that's infected with Kara. Altera thinks they can use it for something. Weapons, experimental treatments, a whole range of things. But one end of the range is ugly, dangerous, but profitable, of course. What if it gets out while we're messing around with it? Or worse, what if it ends up a bioweapon in the wrong hands? I hope I'm overreacting, but I don't think I am. Anyway, message me back, please.
Damn.
Could really use a friend. You're my sister. I love you.
She sent it 2 messages with "You're my sister, I love you." So I'm guessing that I just didn't respond after the last ones. I can make a sea glide finally, holy shit. Oh my goodness. Finally.
Transportation device used for high-speed free diving contains a built-in diving lamp.
That was so mean. Damn. Damn. Okay. I'm not excited for the back rooms anymore. Okay, the next thing.
I was a little nervous about dropping into an unknown area, but luckily, this biome seems to have an abundance of minerals I can use for tools and upgrades. I didn't want another situation like Byzantos 5. When Xenoworks dropped me off, there were barely any resources. I survived off the land for 3 months with just a knife, my lucky PDA, and some rope.
Damn.
I am still kind of proud of that, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the stuff that I don't need in my inventory right now in here. All of that. I'll remake some more water. 'Cause I clearly need that. Oh, time to go fiending for some food. Let's go hunting. What can I get that I can cook and eat? What looks? Oh, you look yummy. Come here. Yoink.
New creature discovered.
Come here. Come here. Now come back. Got it. Okay, I'm gonna grab one of these. Come here.
New creature discovered.
Oh, so much food I gotta get. I get enough? Oh, 3 things. Enough water. Okay, I have to. They said that there was a radio tower that you can't miss, but I also can't see. Oh god, get up. Okay. I also can't see anything. I'm sorry. Is there like a big red blinking light somewhere that I'm supposed to be looking for? Alright, where's the twisty bridges? Because I want to... Here we go. This way, I think. What don't you... You get your grabby mitts away from me. You're mean. You're stealing my stuff. I actually have no idea where I'm supposed to go. Oh wait, are the bridges over here? Am I insane? Probably. I don't know how the bridges are, but I need them because I need my sea truck fragments. Wait, is this? Oh, this is it. Hell yeah. Okay. Sea glide. I need sea glide. I need. Seems like I'm here. Okay. Let's remove that from pinned. I don't need that still. Don't need that pinned. Don't know how to make that. It's silver for that. Don't have to rebreathe yet. Okay. I was hoping I would. What the fuck is that? Is it gonna eat me? Oh, there's two of them. Grab the glowing thing. Grab the glowing thing.
That sounds like a distress call.
Let's get it.
Transmission of unknown origin. Source of transmission depth
Fuck off.
calculated.
Get out.
at
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
200 meters.
200 meters. Oh, there we go. There's stuff over here. Oh, sweet, a beacon. Okay, now I can make stuff.
Oxygen.
Oh, I'm getting there. Oh, what's up here? Oh, holy shit! Anything good up here? Oh, you're a mineral finder. Mineral detector. I wanna
Dangerous
flip.
weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Fucking what? Wouldn't everything be dead? What? Okay. I think I'm just gonna not question it. And I'm just gonna... Where's down here? People wouldn't be... Nothing would be alive. I don't know why they put electronics... Oh, water. Okay, I'm not even gonna risk going into a cave right now. I need 3.
Warning.
Yes,
30
yes.
seconds of
I
oxygen
know.
remaining.
I need 3 sea truck fragments, and I've got 1. Time to find others, I guess. Yippee! Why did that scare me? Of all things to scare me. I think it's just because I didn't expect it. They are all really loud in my ears, so we'll just blame that. I think I'm gonna focus on making a compass. Means I'm gonna find titanium, titanium. I need silver. Give me silver. I'm. Oh, glowy thingy means thing I can grab.
Passing 100 meters.
I know.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Sea truck logs. Okay, cool. More things I can listen to. Okay, let's... I want to get all my sea truck fragments, because I just want that to be done with. I want to be looking around for sea truck fragments forever. Hold that. Okay. now that I'm next to the thing, I can grab it if I need to. That's copper, I don't need copper. That's salt, isn't it? Yeah, it's salt down there. It's lead. Oh, that's terrifying. Don't look at me like that.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Okay. Okay. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. I don't want to die. I think that's a good plan. Just don't die. Why'd it get so dark? I don't like how dark it is over here. What the fuck is that thing? Why is it purple? Why do you look... What are you? Oh, you're a ray, okay. I don't think you can kill me. I hope not. I pray that half the things in here can't kill me. I'm not even above the water. I haven't even... Okay. Down we go. Where are my sea truck fragments?
Warning. Passing 100 meters.
Oh, I know.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
I figured that out. It's titanium. Where the hell am I gonna find silver?
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Find for a bit more. Where the fuck am I gonna find silver? You. Sea truck fragment.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
I'll be fine. See, look at that. I just need to find the last sea truck fragment, and I can get out of here.
Warning. 30 seconds
Oh my
of
god, okay,
oxygen
I'm going back
remaining.
up. I can't stand it going 30 seconds of oxygen remaining. I'm going up. I'm up. I'm up. Okay. Got other things to listen to.
In goes the battery and titanium, out comes the scanner. Every xenobiologist's favorite tool. This planet has some fascinating flora and fauna, and I can't wait to learn about them. This will also give me access to a greater tool set. I'm assuming Altera left behind tech that I can scan for blueprints. That should make surviving and exploring out here a bit easier. Don't worry, Sam. I haven't forgotten I'm here for you. But it can't hurt to do a little research on the side, right? I know you would have done the same. I will find out what happened to you. I promise.
It didn't even tell me. Okay. Well, damn. Is he gonna do this? Oh god.
Oxygen.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. I hope. Please. Oh yeah, I'll be fine. Okay. I can do this. Oh wait, next thing to listen to. Research. It just... Okay, hold on, we'll go up. Go up. Okay. It is like fauna. Alien eggs. Evidence suggests a substantial number, if not all of the local species, reproduce through egg laying. Eggs can be found resting on the seafloor, buried beneath detritus, or even wedged into cracks on the rocks. Different species likely favor different biomes as their nesting grounds. Eggs discovered in the wild or in some form of natural stasis, likely awaiting ideal conditions in which to hatch with the delivery of some vital enzyme which will kickstart the process. Cool. It is impossible to calculate the species of the egg from the exterior, however, it may be possible to stimulate a hatching response, but egg relocated to a suitable alien containment unit. Herbivores, large. Arctic ray. Fast-moving ray species will adapt to low-temperature environments. 2 sets of wing-like fins enable this ray to quickly change direction and accelerate. Like other rays, it is exclusively herbivorous. Assessment harmless. Flora C. Pink canary leaf. I've got to scan so much shit. Small clusters near coral bridges. Survival. Activist almanac on the arrival. Welcome to. Okay.
Hypothermia imminent.
Oh, no, it's not. It's fine. I can read this shit actually in my base. Where is it? Where's my base? Jesus Christ, I'm a long way away. 500 meters. I still need this last sea truck fragment. It's not. Surely it's. Oh, there's a thingy. Oh, these are exterior equipment. Okay. Hell yeah. Oh, we should probably actually scan their implant.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen
My
remaining.
goodness. Okay, back down here. I have shit to grab. What are you? Can I scan you? Oh, water. None of these need. That's not helping anyone. Where's my stuff? Where's my truck? It's the only time I'll ever want a truck. Now give. Okay. Para! Hi, Para! Get this way. I think there's land this way. At the BD stream, it's scary. Silver! I've been so excited to see silver in my life. Actually, I'm always excited to see silver. Make pretty necklaces out of it. Oh, fuck titanium. I heard scary noises and I'm not excited. Where did the scary noise come from? Where did the scary noise come from? Oh, that's where it came from. The fuck is that? The fuck is that thing? I don't think I like this game anymore. I don't think I want to be here anymore. So far, so I'm scared. I'm trying! Okay, I can make... I need more copper, I think. Speak. Speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Sea monkey! No, stop it! Stop getting closer to me! Stop! Don't look at me! Fuck titanium. God, that was actually terrifying. I hated that. I hated that so much. probably actually start heading back to my pod. Because I gotta make batteries, get copper. I think I'm hoping that I've got more copper at the pod, because there's no fucking way in hell I'm coming back out here. I went way too far. I'm gonna run out of battery. Okay, that's off. Make sure. Jesus Christ. Oh, I gotta get some water in me. And some food. I know I didn't need it, but still. Food. Jesus. Like, I'm in a state of shock. Okay, hold on. I have more things I can listen to. Altera! Here we go. Display meetings, personal favors. Here you go.
Fred, great to see you. Come on in. You don't mind if I record this, do you?
Am I in trouble?
No. You know me. Just a fanatic for details. And my memory's not what it used to be.
I know what that's like.
Yes. Is that why you've been running so many personal errands for your colleagues? We asked you to limit them.
So I am in trouble.
That's not how I want you to look at it. Here's what I see. You're a team player. You want to get the job done.
I think I have a pretty good record there.
You want people to like you.
Has anyone complained?
Fred, the trouble is, not everyone is as reliable as you are. Sometimes people need being where they need to be and concentrating on their work.
All the trips were work-related.
We'll pause that. I completely forgot to turn that on. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I was like, oh yeah, I'm completely set up for Steam. Yeah, totally. My pet can't talk! I'll punch you wanna punch Emmanuel in the face? Yeah, me too. He does nothing. I'm sorry. Hold on, he'll do something in a second. I promise. Where is it? Oh my god, where is it? There it is. Pretty please. Pretty please, hurry up. Please. Yay! Hold on. Here you go.
I forgot what this little fucker does.
There you go. Now he does stuff. Merry Christmas. He does stuff now. Okay.
It appears you transported tech for Lil, rather far out from her base.
Well, it needed to go deep, and she needed a sea truck.
Her work is currently on surface installations. She shouldn't be anywhere near the water. No more favors to friends, agreed?
Yes, sir.
I keep telling you. Call me Manu.
Rare RF RF will bark.
RAF I will bark. I'm honestly tempted to set him to just read out random chat messages. I could do that. He is a little broken, but we love him. Okay, what was I doing? I completely forgot what I was doing. I'm being surreal. Oh yeah, we're still listening to stuff. Sea Shark Log 3.
The damn ugly thing followed me into the shallows. Didn't think something that big would follow me up here. Had to jettison the sea truck. Again.
What do you mean something that big? What do you mean something that big? What? Huh? What's big? What's big? Me, I'm big. But what's big?
I guess I could try to go back for the parts when it leaves. If it leaves. I really don't want to sit in another meeting with Emmanuel. Manu, as he likes to be called.
Real.
Just want to drive around and deliver cargo in peace.
Okay, let's finish with the water. We'll make some food and we'll I think I'm gonna make another battery before we head off again. Yo, sorry, make another battery before we head off. Then we'll fuck off, find the rest of the sea truck fragments, hopefully not get eaten, and then possibly... I can't make a beacon yet, but I will eventually, unless I steal them. Okay, I'm gonna need so much before I can make the... I just need copper, right? I need to make a battery, a singular battery. I have a shit ton of river plants. I saw them all in my... I put them all in my storage, so... Titanium. Titanium. I'm just not gonna pick up titanium. I'm gonna pick up you, though. I will find so much titanium, I don't need more. Of all materials to actually give a shit about, titanium is not one of them. It's really useful, but it's fucking everywhere. You get it from scanning fragments you already have. Okay, so let's... Oh, hold on. I got 2 and I need 1. I can make 2 batteries. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, the Sea Glide is now set. I think I could actually make a power cell if I wanted to. I'm not making fucking pipes. Hype me. No. Don't. Please. It was this way. I also have reason to believe that the delta base that I'm looking for is this way, so fortunately I'm gonna have to... Don't you fucking dare, I will stab you. You get your grubby little mitts away from me. Sea monkeys steal, okay? They steal from you if you're not careful, so... Oh, what's this way?
All Terra supply cache nearby.
Where? Fucking where? Where? Oh. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's get some good oxygen before we go in. Oh my god, I'm... Oh my... Oh wait, I love these dudes. I love them. Oh, I love them so much. They're so goofy. Look at his little face. Titan holefish. Don't you dare. You peed a... Para. Oh, Para. What the fuck is in here? Please tell me there's a PDA. Oh, hell yeah. I love listening to people talk. I don't want to flare. Can I throw this away? I can, cool. Water. Just what I needed. You hyper-focused. Don't you make scary noises at me, sir. I don't remember what base is. Base is that way. So we want to go this way, I think. We were following the bridges, weren't we? That's how we got to the scary monster thing last time. I think it's so fucking creepy. I hate it. It's icky and gross, and it looks like it's covered in oil. Big old fucking oil spill. This is so pretty though. Aurora Borealis. Oh, it's probably not what the thing's fucking called, but that's what it looks like. Okay, we're following the bridges. If I find a sea truck fragment while we're down here, I will grab it. Because I need it. Okay. Oh, okay, so we're nearby. So it was this way. Yeah, here it is. This is the creepy thing where the scary monster was.
Warning. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going up. My goodness. Let's put on some lore while we're... Oh, this has got Sam in it.
I'm
Okay.
telling you, Sammy, you see some weird things when you spend half your day in a sea truck.
More vandalism? Was it the sea monkeys again?
I don't think so. I can't shake the feeling this planet is cursed.
There's no such thing as a curse.
Yeah, you're probably right. That's you wouldn't want to hear about it anyway. Just a huge creature frozen in ice.
What? Where?
In a cave, not far from your lab. And here's the extra weird part. As soon as I called it in, they closed off the area. Don't want anyone going in there.
But why?
Fuck
Sammy,
with
I'm
it.
no biologist, but I think there was something wrong with it. Its skin just seemed off. Alien.
An alien on planet 4546b. No.
I'm serious, Sam. Something ain't right. Wish I could show you, but I can't get back in there.
You can't. But I might know how to.
Whatever you're thinking, we never had this conversation.
Holy shit, an island.
Volterra beacon signature detected. Unique identifier.
Delta Station.
Delta Station dock.
Okay, so this is where I'm meant to be going.
Delta Station. This is the place Lil mentioned in her message.
Okay, so I'm supposed to be going this way. Which means my favorite little guys are over here. Where are they? Where are my favorite little guys? I know they're somewhere.
Mineral-rich crevices
Ah!
detected below. Geothermal activity detected. Caution advised.
I'm sorry. Are you sea truck? Oh my god, the final sea truck fragment. Holy shit. I can build one. I still need to get a mobile vehicle bay, but that's something I can worry about later. These are easy to find. Power cell.
New technology acquired.
Oh, there's the dock. Okay, we found it. We're progressing. Am I getting all these depth upgrades? Okay. We've made it up. Fuck, it's cold up here. Is there anything up here that is fun for me to grab? No, this place sucks. Ah, here we go. Never mind, I lied. Got some water. You? I'm gonna leave you there because I need to be able to find this.
Is a
Actually need that sulfur. Why is it so fucking red? What happened? What is on fire? What part of the world is burning this time? Okay, we did that one. That's the same stuff we did. Distress call.
Picked up what sounds like a distress call. Who or what is out here calling for help? Didn't sound human. Maybe it's from a remnant of architect technology. In her message, Sam's colleague did say there was something important here. Even if it's just a mimic from one of the more intelligent aquatic specimens, that could be a major find. Or if it's from Altera, it could have bearing on what happened to Sam. I should definitely check it out.
I will when I can go more than 100 meters underwater. Where am I supposed to be going? We'll go this way. We'll follow the lights. We'll loot the whole island in a minute. Is this not the right way? I don't know which way is the right way. Oh, yoink. It's heating me. Is this where I came from? I'm pretty sure I'm so lost. Okay. I think that's where I came, that's where I came from, but I'm so confused.
Plop, 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 plop. Get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant, get pregnant!
Oh, this place is so dark. I need a flashlight. Okay, we'll go this way. This one looks... I feel like I am genuinely just going in... I'm going in circles. You love that one. Go ahead. I think the goal is to get to where that radio tower is. So we'll find Shrubnut. If we remember doing that. Oh yeah. You do. Yoink. Grab the sulfur because I'm like 90% sure I need that. I don't need the fucking titanium. Huh?
Stop right there,
Altera.
You're out of bounds.
I'm not with Altera.
It's a person!
Doubly precarious.
And she's a
If
woman!
you're telling the truth, you're out of your mind. If you're lying, there'll be hell to pay.
Wait! Who are you?
Stay off my land.
Okay. I don't fucking... Okay, let's... Well, there's a Delta station.
Has been traced as far as my technology will allow.
Jesus.
It would appear I'm far less alone on this planet than I had anticipated.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Okie dokie. So, we've got the builder now. The PDA.
Blueprint synthesized.
The jukebox. Scan everything in here that I can. Get the map.
A map will come in handy. I should be able to find my way to Phi.
Wait, so this is Delta. Wait, is this Delta? Or is this Delta? I'm so confused. Hold up. What are the... I'm pretty sure this one's Delta, so this is where we are. So, this one here. That's Delta. I'm pretty sure she's going to. Hi, Bun. Hello. I don't. I feel like I think that's all we're at. Thank you for head pads. Pretend head pads because I don't have my model up right now. I think she's either going to this one. Thank you, thank you. I think it's technically the first. I think it's the first now for some people. Yeah, it is. It is technically my birthday for literally. Yeah, so that is my birthday. Yeah, double barf. It is my birthday everywhere else now. I'm 20 everywhere else. I know that one's Omega. Don't ask how I know that one's Omega. We don't talk about it. Where's that one Delta? I think that one's Delta. Don't be threatening people. Hehe. I'm looking up what the letters be. Greek. For Delta. Okay, so that one's Delta, which means she's going to this one. Which means that there's another thing there, and more things over there, and another one up there. So we're here, right in the middle of it all. Hold on. She don't want to talk to me, I'm gonna threaten her. She wanted her bitch. First. Look, if the wife stole first, then she does have a legal obligation to spend time with her wife. That is unfortunately how it works sometimes. Unfortunately. I know. Okay, so this is north, which means up there. Literally this direction. If the truck broke down, damn. My wife complains about his sports car not working, because that's all he fucking talks about. I really hope that the truck's okay though. I'm assuming that he got it fixed. Don't you L? I'm assuming that he got it fixed, which is really good. But I hope it didn't break down for anything too bad. Okay, so we gotta get that one, which means somewhere in the lily pads is another base. Which is that way, which is that one, right? Yeah, so we're here. And that'd be southeast, which is where she's gone. So that way, I think, is actually where the base is. So we'll head that way. Mine is a semi-cruise drop space away, right? Fixed. But he was dead and the coolant was leaking. Damn! Oh my god, I couldn't imagine my battery dying while I'm driving my car. That terrifies me. Can I use the fabricator? I cannot. Health kit. Water. Nutrient. Look, what else we got? Oh hell yeah, more PDAs, more things to listen to. Just what I needed. Is that the ship? Is that the Altera ship outside the fucking planet? What? What the fuck? Can I open this? No, I cannot. Surely there's more in this planet. I mean, planet, this base. The bug scared me throwing off the beetle that was crawling in my hand. Oh my, oh, bud. Oh no. I'm gonna take scanner room. I need my rebreather. Where the fuck is that? Okay, let's get the things in here. Oh yeah, another PDF.
Cushy setup. Must belong to one of those higher uppers.
Oh, that's the fucker that was like,
Sam really got under management's skin. I know she had it in her.
damn. Can't scan these. It's not a game before. How is it so far? Terrifying. I almost shit myself. Not even gonna pretend that I didn't. We there's these little. It was earlier. Why is it taking so long to scan? There was this creature thing. The trick to not shitting yourself is to shit before you start. That's the best advice I've ever gotten. And I'm so glad it's coming from you. Okay, how the fuck do I get down from here? My ankles! Holy shit, they just have batteries in there? Oh my god, this is the best. It's fucking titanium. Been lied to. Gold! Gold! Oh, what are you? What are you? What? I'm here. It's Spanish for your mom. Thanks. How do I crouch? Can I crouch? Titanium. Gold! Titanium. Gold! Titanium. Titanium. Big stretch. Okay, hold up. You're gonna hear my chair creaking like fucking crazy. Oh, thank god it didn't. Oh my god. My back needed that. You know you stretch so hard you get dizzy? Yeah, this is the best kind of stretch. It's gold! How full is my inventory? Pretty fucking full. Happens so often. They're so good. Titanium. Gold! Yeah. Heal myself up. Get the sulfur because I need those to make explodey things. What the fuck? Hello? Okay, I guess. But a dog for the butter. Dog with the butter. Lithium. That's some more lithium, right? Yeah, okay. I'm terrified to be in these areas again because that fucker's here. Silver, I need silver. Okay, the pilot was last seen over this way. Butter dog. Dog with the butter. I think we're gonna head back to base for now. Oh, pff. Hold on. You can have that. My auto mod is on everyone's ass lately. For no reason, too. No, I think the creature's... he's nearby. Where is he? There he is. Look at him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him so much. I hate him. hate him so much. I'm trying. There's two of them. I can hear the other one. Where is it? I don't want to play this game anymore. Ew. Stop. Stop. Why are you in my way? Leave me alone. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Okay, we're good. Go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Jesus fucking Christ. Move. Swim. Faster. Hurry. Hurry up. Hurry. Hurry. This is terrifying and I hate it. Oh, thank God we made it back. Okay, we gotta figure out how to build a mobile vehicle bay, and then we can make my sea truck and go figure out what the fuck's going on with this other chick. Holy clown music. It puts a clown nose on my model. I forget to turn it off when I'm not using my model. But I can't, because I can't use my model while playing Subnautica. Oh, yeah.
Oxygen.
It's okay, I'm literally right here. Okay. Chuck all my gold. Okay, that's... Oh, Jesus Christ. The fuck do I need a shrub nut for? Why did I grab a shrub nut? Can I eat that?
I should have guessed Altera would find a way to clip Sam's wings, like I knew they'd do to mine once they took over Xenoworks. I tried to warn
Guess they probably didn't waste too many.
Stubborn.
Yo.
Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be so different from her. Scrappier, faster, less play by the rules. But Sam didn't tolerate Altera's corporate red tape any more than I did. She just tried to change it from the inside. I think in the end, we always wanted similar things.
Okay. How much other stuff do we have to... Okay. Okay, cool. We've got a few things to... Oh, we have a map. Chocolate! Oh! I've got a few things to listen to. We're good. Okay, we'll start with this one.
Good morning, Frostpack. Just a quick update to inform you of some key achievements and priority shifts we need you all to get behind. The Spy Pangling project was a resounding success. Please join me in congratulating Samantha IU, who is now reassigned to Outpost Zero, helping us dream of future initiatives. Congratulations are also in order for Danielle Valenti and her team at Omega Lab. The closing of Phi Robotics means important funds can be redirected to their Kara bacteria study, which has important positive implications for the life sciences. You're all doing an exceptional job, and I don't want to promise anything, but HQ has been taking notice. Keep up the good work, and I think we can start discussing bonuses soon.
He's such an asshole. He is such an asshole, I can just tell. First of all, he had the gall to blame my sister's death on negligence. How dare he? Okay, cool. No, we need this way. Yeah. If I remember correctly, the mobile vehicle bay fragments are all in the Twisty Bridges area, which is this one here. Just hoping that they're easier to find than the fucking sea truck fragments. My goodness, those took forever.
Warning. Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Yeah, it's table coral.
Warning. 30 seconds of oxygen
Oh!
remaining.
Something like that. Okay. Back to finding the stuff I need. I'm terrified. I hate this. Don't look at me. Where the hell are my fragments? How am I gonna make my sea truck if I don't have my my thingy to make? There it is. No, never mind. Damn. Oh, I thought that was one. I was so excited.
Warning.
Oh
30
my
seconds
goodness.
of oxygen remaining.
You'll survive. I think that's one there actually. Yep, there we go. Mobile vehicle bay fragment. Finally. 1 out of 3. Why are there 2 sea glides there? I'm going up. Relax. You're fine. I got 30 seconds. You can survive. Trying to see if I can spot any more while I'm up here. Ugh!
Oxygen.
Fuck's sake. I hate him. I hate that he's that close. I hate that all these creatures get too close to me. How dare they even think they can come anywhere near me?
Warning. Passing 100 meters.
Oh my god, no, I'm already at 30. Jesus. Hold on, we'll put on another little lore bit while I'm looking for these fragments.
For the last time, I'm not cheating.
Then what's your theory? What's going on?
If you ask me, Zeta's been blinking a lot. I think it's a tell.
He does have a point.
Hi Layla, thank you so much.
Allergies. Oh, is something in bloom in this frozen sector?
Thermal lilies, and if you gang up on me, I swear you're all fired.
You're not even my boss.
Oh, you're all so gullible. You're fighting each other. Meanwhile, look at Parvin. Just look at him.
What am I doing? I'm not doing anything.
Let's just take this to a vote. All those who think Zeta's allergies are a bad case of alienitis, say intruder.
Intruder.
Intruder. Danny?
Oh, I'm just an observer here.
I'm going to use my pass.
Is there some kind of scientist conspiracy going on here? Zeta, Sam, Danielle, you three are suddenly very aligned.
Or, like I said, Parvin is cheating.
I'm starting to wish I was cheating.
I'm gonna assume they'll play a game or something. Thermal lilies. I'm guessing that's the stuff that warms me up. Okay, apart together.
David, you'll be happy to know the Frost Pack is making excellent progress. I must say, my management style appears to be uniquely well suited to isolated planets. I miss you, of course, but I wonder if you feel it too. As great as we are together, we're almost better apart. Just look at how well Prosperina did in her last show. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to see it, but I'm sure if I'd been around, I'd only have made her nervous. Once this mission is over, I'll come home for a few good months. And then, what do you think if we look at reorganizing our expectations to facilitate longer-term separation success? I really think this could be a great model for us going forward, romantically and otherwise. Don't forget, I love you from the depths of my heart. Keep on succeeding in your projects. You know there's nothing I find more attractive.
Jesus Christ, he left his partner because they were like, oh, but I'm doing so well on this random ass planet. So clearly you must be doing better away from me.
Jenny, you wouldn't believe the adventure I'm having. It's just like when we were kids and we used to play Underwater City, only sea monsters aren't pretend, and I don't need to hide behind you when one swims by. Because I'm safe in my sea truck. Safe and very, very brave. Please tell Dad for me. Thanks so much for the mustache kit, by the way. To be honest, I wasn't sure if it was a gag gift at first. Personal grooming is something of a challenge here, and as you know, I'm a pretty low-maintenance guy to begin with. But you'd be surprised how handy mustache wax is in an emergency. There have been some close scrapes, for while there, someone was sabotaging my truck, and I thought I was seeing things. But my friend Sam helped me sort it out. Although, she's had some troubles of her own lately. To be honest, I get a little worried out here sometimes. But I guess that's normal, under the circumstances. Gotta expect a little risk, right? I should be happy. I have great friends and a good paycheck. Anyway, love you, Jenny, and Dad. Please find a way to tell him that he won't find embarrassing. And don't worry, I'm looking for the perfect fish to bring back as a gift. Your favorite.
Jesus. Okay. So I can make the high capacity O2 tank, which means I get more oxygen. Means I think I can go lower into the water. I think go up to 200 meters. I think. I don't know. I don't even have a sea truck. Okay. So that'll help. Got a dead battery. I've got 2 full batteries, so it'll be fine. Back to this way, because I still have to find the last 2 mobile vehicle bay fragments. And then I can figure out how to make my sea truck. I can unpin all that, actually. Okay, I can... How do I make... What I can make for you? I can make Emmanuel's bed. Okay. Just what I needed. Power cells 2 batteries. I'll have 2 batteries. Need silicon rubber in that cluster? Yeah. 2 bits of glass means I need 4 quartz. 3? Is that lead? I think that's lead. An advanced wiring kit. There's so much that I need. Okay, well, this one. There we go.
Communications tower maintenance log. Another day, another
Looks
slight
creepy as shit, I ain't gonna lie.
As usual, I got an interference alert. As usual, I went out to see what the problem was. As usual, it was frozen stalagmites of feathered bird excrement. I fear the career impact of saying this officially. If you can even call what I have a career. But I could swear they're targeting me personally. The week I was out with the flu, I came back to find the tower spotless. Parvin laughed at me when I asked him how he cleaned it. Silly me. As if Parvin would ever clean anything. There's nothing left for me to do but quit. But I know that's what the birds want me to do. Oh, and I got the tower up and running. Maintenance complete.
That's the last one. I think that's the last one. Oh, thank God. Okay. Sweet. Now back up. Actually, what do I need to make it?
Oxygen.
Oh shit. I'm not gonna make it. No! Damn! Kinda mad about that. I'm kinda mad about that. How much did I lose? Oh, not much, but... Yeah, it's gonna make me sick, whatever. There you go. And some water. That's the last one too. I've got 2 things of lead. I need 1 more. I've got the silicon rubber. I can make the power cell with the 2 dead batteries I have. Is it gonna take the charged ones? It's gonna take the charged ones, isn't it? Oh, it didn't! Okay, that's cool. I need this, which means I need that and that. And what the fuck's that? Okay, hold on. Get rid of the compass. I don't need that anymore. I have that. Why? Where's the... There it is. And then I also need the pastille. No, I need titanium ingot, which means I need a fuck ton of titanium. Look at that. I only have 4? Okay. Well, shit. I need to go find more lead. I've got the power cell. I've got the silicon. Wait, oh, I need that for the power cell. I need glass, which means I need 4 quartz. I just need one more bit of titanium. That's it. Yeah, that's copper. That's... I need you. I need the copper wire. Copper wire, 1 bit or 2 bits of... Oh, sweet. There's the last bit of lead I need. Easy. So I just need the titanium and then the quartz. I need to go find table coral too, but I think I'm good for everything else. Let me go make the... Let me make... the ingot. And then I gotta see... I gotta like... my brain for a second, hold up. Okay, so I got the ingot. I don't need the pastille ingot, which means I can unpin that. I need... copper wire. What do I need for the copper wire? I need 1 more bit of copper. Which I think I have in here, actually. That's gold. I need that for the chip. I need to go find table coral, which I think was at the bridges. Means I'll have to go back there. I'm so focused on getting this sea truck. It took me so long to get it because I just couldn't last time. I was so confused on what... Oh, quartz. Sweet. 1, 2... What else is on? Where's more quartz? It's 3...
You mind if I
Oh,
have some of
Jesus
your tasty
Christ.
beverage to wash this down?
All these... I'll take a drink in a second. All these...
That hit the spot.
Fucking sound alerts are scaring the shit out of me. They're all scary. Okay, I just need 1 more bit of quartz, and then I've got all the glass I need. There it is. Oh, there's 2 bits. There's 3 bits of quartz over here. Holy shit, jackpot. How much space do I got? I've got more than enough space for my table coral. Oh, look at that. Even more quartz. Perfect. Oh shit, I should be looking for copper too. Oh. Never mind. Oh shit, I need more silver. I don't remember where you got silver. That's going to be a bit of a problem. It's copper. I'm just not picking up anything that I don't need. The more the space I have in my inventory, the easier everything is. Titanium. Titanium. The fuck did I... What? Outcrop had silver in it. I don't remember. Was it you? That's titanium. I all have fucking titanium in them. Which one had silver? You're not an outcrop. You are though. Oh my god, there's so much titanium. Please just give me silver. Yeah, I've gotta go up. Macquid. Where the hell do I get silver from? Hold on, I forgot this. I have more oxygen to actually refill. Copper. Need to go this way anyway because there's titanium. The table coral which is down there. Copper. Titanium. Table coral. Need what, 2 of these? Titanium.
Warning, passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Yeah, I know, but I've got shit to do, okay? Titanium. Titanium. Lead. Grab the lead anyway. Always need lead. Titanium. Titanium. Lead. Oh, no, I'll leave it. I need the lead. There is so much. Please. Copper. Oh, nope. How the hell am I gonna find silver? I've got the table coral I need. I need one more. I'm really hoping I've got more in. Oh, back at base. I'm begging. Begging and pleading. I genuinely don't remember where you find it. Okay, I can make the computer chip, which is... and the glass that I need. Which means I genuinely just need to find silver and then I can build my sea truck. Oh shit, I need to build the mobile vehicle bay too. Okay, I'll put... make the glass. Okay. Glass is done. Make copper wire. Make a computer chip. Unpin that recipe. There's no silver in here. Take all these out because I gotta make more batteries. I didn't really need the lithium. I need silver. Keep all these in my inventory. I need that, those, you. Okay, everything that I put this way too. Oh my god, I'm all over the place. Titanium ingot, lubricant, computer chip. Okay, so I can make that. That's not a problem. What are you? Here we go.
What was that woman's problem? The one in the exosuit. Like I need to say which woman. And what the hell is she doing on this planet? It isn't exactly a happening vacation spot. She knew their terrain well enough to make a dramatic entrance by jumping off a sheer cliff. So I guess she's been here a while. But how long has she been following me? She said to keep away from her, or off her land. What in this frozen slush bog could she be protecting? Unless she's camped out somewhere. She's definitely heard of Altera, though. Did she meet Sam?
I would assume she's met Sam. I mean, Sam seemed to be a pretty big name. Titan Holefish, Ribbon Plant. Heck. Got this so much. There's so much to read. I can read it all in a second. Hold up. I need to make another computer chip, which means I need even more titanium and shit. Gold again. Huh. That's another creature that I don't really need. Lead. I also don't need lead. Silver, holy shit! Mobile vehicle bay. Titanium, yoink. Oh. With the sea monkey nest, there's gonna be sea monkeys around, so exactly the most excited for that. Where is the rest of the shit I need? Copper. I need more copper. As much copper as this planet will let me have. No! Actually, yes. Make the fucking ingots again. You know, good enough. I have enough. How much titanium do I have? I have more than enough titanium, it's fine. I need more titanium, I need copper! You. Oh, oh, you're a... Yoink? Need two of them. Okay, I can do that. Oh, there's another one around here. Gimme more. Gimme. Oh my god, more silver. More silver than I know what to do with. Holy shit. That's lithium. Yep. Why the fuck are you so close? You have never been this close before. Go away. Leave me alone. Stop following me, you freak. You freak of nature. Stop! No! Oh, you fuck off too. Uh-uh. Jesus Christ. Oh, grab trap. There you go, that's just what I needed. Hell yeah. There we go, copper. Oh, thank god. Now I just gotta get more fucking table ore. Table coral. Whatever the fucking thing's called. Don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare, don't you dare. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Okay, I'll make the advanced wiring while I still can. Chip. I've got both silver ore in my inventory. Okay, so I can make the ingot. I'm not making the vehicle bay just yet. Need the wiring kit. Advanced wiring kit. And copper wire. Okay. So I pretty much have all I need for the year. I have everything I need for the sea truck. I just need to make another computer chip, and then I can make the mobile vehicle bay, and then we can make our sea truck, and then we can go investigate what the fuck is going on. Okay. I need table coral and gold. I've got gold. Put you in there. Get you out. Don't have... Okay, gotta get more table coral. I can do this. I can speed run this. This was a Delta Station dock. This way. I can speed run getting table coral so I can get the fuck out. Get the fuck away from this area. I don't like being here. You copper? You are you fucking kidding me? I'm not even... I'm mad. I'm mad about that. Just sitting there. The entire time while I was looking for them all. Just need to find table coral. They shouldn't be hard to find. They glow red. They should be very, very easy.
Passing 100 meters.
Okay.
Oxygen efficiency decreased.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Why am I going up? It wasn't the 30 seconds remaining. That was you going too deep. Here. The fuck is my table coral? Shouldn't be too hard to find. Yeah. I lied to myself. Oh, there. Okay. Are we speedrun up? Are you...
Warning. 30 seconds of
I'm mad.
remaining.
I'm so mad. Why have I just seen that now? Okay, there's a bunch down here. Who were they? Is there a bunch? Where'd they go? Was I seeing things? Where'd they go? Huh? What the fuck? Where'd they go? Oh, there's a bunch here. Yeah, there's a lot. I'll grab the rest. I have to come back here ever again. It's more than enough. Okay, back to base? Base. Get the sea truck. No! Jesus fucking Christ. Okie dokie. Get in. Make the computer chip. Make the mobile vehicle bay. Look at that. Lovely. No. And now I need to grab... Oh shit. And then this one and that one and that one. And this one and this one. Oh shit, why do I only have... That's everything that I needed for... Okay. Okay. I can have a truck. I can have a truck. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at that. Hell yeah. My sea truck. Okay. Let's get in the sea truck. Because I can be protected in here. Hell yeah. Let's go this way now. Wait, can I make a rebreather? Yep. Please. Where do I get my rebreather thing? Want you able to go further down into the water, please? Okay, so it was this way. I'm hitting a few fish, that's fine. So, she said she was over here. Why is it two of them? I don't like that there's two of them. Okay, so she was down this way. And you fuckers see me, go away. I'm invisible, fuck off. Ugh! My favorite little man! Found him. Hi, buddy. Aren't you pretty? Don't... Are you gonna attack me? I feel like you're gonna attack me. Okay. Moving on. Getting pinged a bunch. Okay, so... That's a Delta Station dock, right? I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. And the... Omega one, I think, was over this way. I think that's where it was. I pray. Well, there's so many of them around. Leave me alone.
Seek fluid intake.
Okay.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Okay. I'm glad. What the fuck is that? Are you friendly? I feel like you're too slow to be a danger to me. Yeah, you're too slow to be a danger to me. Okay, so the Omega base was then southeast, which means it would have been this way. Right? Surely. I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah, these are the lily pads, so I would assume... Wait, you got the map, right? Maps. So yeah, that's the Delta one. Southeast in the lily pads is the Omega one. I don't see any bases over here. I guess we just keep looking and hopefully
There is
we'll
a
find...
large anomalous mass of rock that has broken away and risen above the surrounding terrain.
Okay. The rock has broken away and risen above the surround. What? Not even is... I don't know where I'm supposed to be going. Please tell me there's another, like, beacon somewhere nearby. Oh, I hit something. What the fuck? What are you? You look like you are a danger to me. Oh! Ew, what the fuck was that? What the fuck? I'm gonna back up where I can see. Surely there's a base somewhere. And that I'm not going insane. I don't actually know how deep the prawn suit can go. Which is what okay. Okay. Surely she's not all the way over there, right? Surely not. Oh! Gonk. Fuck. What did I even hit? Oh. That would explain it. Where? Do I need the depth module? Wait, do I actually need that? Please don't tell me I actually need that. Okay, don't go.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
What the fuck? Just turned off all my power. Just stole my power, the asshole. That's mean. That is so mean. Okay, so the base is somewhere in these waters. I'm assuming it is actually down there. That's where she's gone. Which means I have so much more work to do. Okay. I don't want to do more work, but okay, I guess.
Stepping stone of an astronautical salt transco vessel nearby. Vessel name, Mercury 2. Inoperative.
Where? Where is it? Where is it? You can't tell me that you found it. Is this it? Is this a ship? This is kind of creepy as hell. I mean, like, it's so cool seeing it, but I think this is the ship that was on the poster. What the fuck? Can I get in here? I don't think I can. Damn! Oh, I can. No, I can't. Never mind. I was lied to. Damn. So, like, more of the ship down here or something? It looked like it broke off a bunch. Oh yeah, look there. No, that's rock. Jeez. Oh, what the fuck is that thing? What are you? What? You actually look kind of pretty. I don't know what you are though. What the fuck? Can I get in here? I don't think I can. Is this a ship that was on the poster? Oh yeah, look there. No, that's rock. Jeez. Oh, what the fuck is that thing? What are you? What? You actually look kind of pretty. Honestly, very scary. You look like you could kill me. I know you could. Don't you dare come near me. Jesus. Leave me alone. So, I think it's so close. Yeah, I think I have to make. How much? How do? Oh god. What do I need for the dev module? What do I need for enameled glass? Diamonds and lead. Titanium. Okay, I could probably make the depth module if I just knew where to find diamonds. But I don't. So I'm risking my ass being in here. Copper, I don't need copper. I've been too scared to actually investigate out here, so titanium. Gold. I'm still terrified. Titanium. Copper. Silver. Silver. Ah! I'm sorry. Fucking terrified. Leave me alone. Jesus Christ. Why are there so many? They fucking multiplying? What's happening? Stop breeding. I don't actually know where you get diamond. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll get back at the Tsuchiraka. We'll go.
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, I've got no fucking water. Do I? I got
Vital
water.
signs stabilizing.
They better be. Okay. Find some blooderfish while I'm out here. Surely there's some around, right? I didn't eat them all. I'd kill them all for my own gain. God, I need food. Oh, there you are. I need more of you. Come back. What are you? I'm so close to just looking up where you find diamonds. Because I genuinely have no idea. Actually, yeah, where do you find diamonds? Maybe the real diamonds are the friends we made along the way. Yeah, maybe. But unfortunately, I need real diamonds. Deep, twisty bridges. Okay, so I need to go back to the twisty bridges. Gotta go back there for fucking diamonds, I guess. The plan. Oh. Well, I gotta wait till all of you ready. Because if you're ready, we can start now. The plan is I work around when you guys are free, because I can do other stuff. Yeah. Because the plan was do stuff until you guys are all ready, and then do stuff with you guys, and then once, you know.
Calorie intake
I'll get there. And then once, like, you know, cook bladderfish too.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Yeah, it's not helping me right now. I still need the rest of my food. Like, give me back the battery. This is the one time I've actually needed. Oh, I only need one time. So it should be fine. Yes, we can. Yeah, we can do that. We can do some repo. So I'll go. I will save here. And I should actually bring up my model. Because I can actually do that. So I will set up my model. Put some on my phone while I do that. We'll switch everything to be right back. Model up, and then we'll do some repo. So I'll get into the VC. Okay, I'll be quick. I completely forgot that stream could hear Discord. I forgot stream could hear Discord, and it was just quiet, my lo-fi, and then the start of Gangnam Style. Teehee. Teehee, indeed. I don't have your footy out. What the What the where? How dare I? Oh wait, that's me. Whoops. There you are! I found you! Yippee! Okay, so the plan is repo with Cadaver and while we wait for Bun?
Yeah, I think Bun's doing her chores now.
Yup, so I will put you and Cadaver. Oh, my caps lock on. Who the fuck is a Twitch name Calculator? So I went to type in your name, right? So I did CALC, and someone has a Twitch name called Calculator. That's an actual name, and they seem to be a genuine streamer. I'm gonna shout them out just because I think it's funny.
Really?
Yep. There you go. There's Calculator. It's an actual person. Yeah, look, we're. Who is it? I'm. Are they live? Oh, thank God.
No, but that's a lot of
Holy shit! What the fuck?
You're gonna get a notification that you shouted them out.
Yeah, they'll be like, shouted me out to 6 people. What the fuck? Who the fuck is the pressophobic? It'd be really funny if they followed me after that. Be like, you know what? Fuck it. I would cry, honestly. I cry when people who have followers in the thousands follow me. Because, like, to me, they're big streamers. And they follow me.
I think everyone with over 200 followers is a big streamer for me.
Oh, thank you. I'm going. There is, I am mutuals with someone in, like, who wouldn't follow me? Oh, thank you, Power. So there is a live 2D artist that I follow on Twitter, and he follows me back. His name is Yoshio VT. I think that's what his name is. Hold on, I've got to look this up now. But he was, oh my God, on and Twitch. He's like a fox. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's Yoshi O. Demon Fox VTuber. We're mutuals, and he's got 15K on Twitter. And what's he got on his Twitch? I brag about it so much. What? Yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion. Stop giggling and kicking your feet, pretty please. Yeah, and he's Yoshio VT on Twitch. He has, let's see what he got. He's got 4K on Twitch.
There you go.
Oh, that's not who I thought it was about. I thought it was an Iwaizumi thing.
Oh.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair enough. Here.
When I draw poisons, OC, I might draw all of our OCs together. Just
Yeah, boy.
because that would be so cute.
Yes.
Nana lore. Give me Nana lore.
I have none currently.
Okay, well then fucking make some.
I will. I have to go through and edit the textures in this model to give myself my scars.
I don't know where, but I heard tits. I don't know where.
Huh? Textures? It's probably,
Ah.
yeah.
Yeah.
That would make sense. Oh wait, I didn't add Kadabra. Whoops.
I texted her. I don't know if she's.
No, I meant in my title.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I texted her.
Oh yeah.
I see her in the other VC. She's in our group chat VC. Temptation to go in there and yell, "Get in the VC," and then just leave.
Be like, I'm the VC.
I think she knows.
I think she can see us.
Yeah, it's so funny. Well, also, are we doing modded or not?
That's up to you. I'll help you guys. You guys want to do? Actually, if you want to do modded, we can.
I think modded is funny.
Yes.
We have that coolest scroll one that we all had.
Yes. That one has that one been updated?
I'm about to check.
Okay.
Literally seconds before you joined the VC, I watched Riggs. I was watching Riggs die in Fortnite.
Oh.
Just watching, not helping.
Because you can't play. You can't play right now. It's okay. You can install it after this. I'll even install it after this.
Good. I really want to play with you.
I don't even know if I have an Epic account.
So cool.
Make
Fortnite
one.
doesn't want to accept my fucking money, so luckily for me, I can't go in debt to Fortnite. But unlucky for Riggs, he can. And he will.
I think I'd be beaten up if I even opened Fortnite. I'll be like, why are you playing Fortnite? What the fuck? It got updated? Okay, cool.
Let me go yell at her. Give me a second.
Okay.
Let me join her in there.
Okay. Tee hee. So while we wait. Tee. Why'd I give 3 shoutouts to Calculator? What the fuck happened? Ha! Yahoo! Oh. Didn't she say
Get into VC and then nothing. And
silence?
Like,
She not there.
The silence was deafening.
She's just going, get in the VC and just.
I'm very excited and also very nervous for the backrooms.
I'm so.
Thankfully, my parents are leaving so I can actually scream.
Oh, I don't care.
I have to care. I don't have a choice.
I don't have to care. I can just be like, it's still my birthday, technically.
Oh, you're muted!
I don't even have her up. Hold up.
You're muted! Whatever!
Sorry.
There you go.
Was talking to me.
Boybin?
No, my twin.
Oh.
He don't stop talking once he starts.
How are you?
I'm good.
Not good or good?
I'm good.
Okay.
That's good.
That's good.
Oh, what the fuck? What is that? Why do I still have that? Huh?
Whatever, are you gonna be streaming as well?
I didn't ask beforehand.
You can.
so
I don't mind.
Are you chill with me taking like 5 minutes to set up?
Yeah, it's fine.
My OBS would launch. Hello. There we go.
Real.
Yapping about Haikyosies.
Oh, you didn't hear the thing I found. We found someone with the name Calculator on Twitch. Yeah, we shouted them out in my chat. They have 300k on Twitch.
my god.
And I shouted them out, so now we're like, oh shit.
It's funny.
I'm worried they're gonna look back and be like, what the fuck? They're just like, oh, haha, funny calculator. They're a partner too. They're Twitch partner.
Cadaver or am I blind?
I did add Cadaver.
Hold
Well, not on the Fugies. I'm trying to find that.
Oh. I was
On the
like, where is she? Am I
No,
blind?
no. Why am I still giving shoutouts to Calculator? My phone's chat is telling me that I'm still giving him shoutouts. I've said it done 4 times, and I'm panicking.
It does that. It does that.
Okay, I gotta. It only happened once. That's good.
Okay, let me find the game. There we go.
Hell yeah. Repo.
Cadaver, we're doing repo.
Shit. Repo. I thought I clicked repo. What the fuck? Please get off
It's
me.
in the open. Skip back rooms.
Yeah.
I clicked the wrong thing. I had this already open for some reason.
Oh damn.
I opened it couple like maybe 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I saw you open it, and I was just like, "What are you playing now? What happened?"
Where's repo?
I ate it.
Are you
But I
playing
was
vanilla?
just checking.
I forgot.
We have the coolest crew pack that we usually
Right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why?
Just
oh my god.
fucking around with the settings, and I put everything on the lowest because I'm not risking crashing.
I just got flashbanged and I don't know what did it.
Damn.
Wasn't me, I promise.
A
Not
white
this time.
Wish I got flashed.
was gone.
That's crazy. No shit,
Why is
we're
for
watching
real?
it modded.
Yeah, yeah.
I swear, if my
I gotta. There we go.
Tripped a cat. Whoops.
Oh.
He wants my food.
What the fuck?
Huh?
No! Leave me alone!
Akira.
I'm glad you got the reference.
I've made that
Why
joke
the
so
fuck
many
did
times.
Curse Forge and Overwolf open?
I don't know. It's weird. Okay, Repo Thunderstorm. Who's Thunderstorm, right? That we had the mod on? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you remember how we were talking about those old screenshots we took of Josh and Molly?
Yeah?
Have you watched a recent video?
I have not.
Oh my god, you need to. They're so funny.
Oh, my everything is lagging while Thunderstorm is opening.
My leg, ow.
Eh.
I just had the first cramp, holy shit.
I feel that. I feel that so hard.
You know, the only reason I'm excited is because of I'm making burritos for lunch, and I'm very.
Hell yeah! Why did that open on the other screen? I got flashed.
Again? Wait.
It wasn't me last time. What?
I'm tired. Leave me alone.
Akira.
Leave me alone.
No.
The dinging. I love that meme.
Ding. Oh. Okay. And then load modded. Yes.
Hello? It won't let me add. Come on.
I hate when trying to add people through OBS and then just doesn't come up with like, it's so annoying.
I figured out why some of them don't work. It's because your at is next to something and then it doesn't want to work sometimes, but it's fucking bullshit. Because I know for fucking fact it's not next to something. So fuck you. Pissing me off.
Piggy in lap.
I always put a space between it. That's how I
Put
like.
2 sometimes just to make sure.
There.
It's smart.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wait for my modded to launch. I think it did launch, and I'm just okay. It is launching. There we go. I have so many things open. I'm surprised I'm not dying completely.
Ow.
Ow.
Nom, nom.
What are you eating?
Hash browns.
Oh my god, that reminds me. I have a fuck. I have to show you guys. I'm gonna send you guys a picture. It has my face in it, but you guys know what I look like, so it doesn't matter.
We know what the fuck you look
Yeah. So you guys know what my parents actually got me for my birthday, which is flights to my partner. They wanted to get me something for my birthday. And it was just like, here, you know what? Have a present to open because you're autistic and you like opening things. Have this. They got me 2 jars of lollies. Candy.
Ooh.
They got me a jar of sour worms and then a jar of mixed Skittles. So it's berries, sour, and regular Skittles.
Oh my god.
And they are so full they had to tape the lid onto it.
Hilarious.
It's great. I loved it so much. I'll send you guys a photo later when I go looking for it. But
Here's some.
you can have some of my sour worms because they're open. Yeah. I've been like eating those last night while I was watching a movie. We watched The Home.
I guess I could go ahead and go to the Yap screen, huh?
Why is this on the wrong
Who's
screen?
hosting?
I have no clue.
Ah,
I don't volunteer.
I don't.
Feel like-
I don't think having an Australian server as the host is the best idea.
I don't think. Yeah, actually, no, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yuppie.
Word. What should be password?
Boobs. Don't make it boobs.
Is it actually?
Yeah, make it boobs. It's because that's funny.
It's boobies.
Hell yeah, boobies.
You guys want to do shared chat?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Just reminding you guys because you're both live.
Yes. You can do it. I will join on my phone. Yeah, there we go.
Doing it on your phone is just easier.
Yeah, takes less on my. Oh, I panicked for a second because it said joining this will end any streaming on this device, and I panicked. I thought it meant it was gonna end my stream. But no, it's fine.
Oh,
Okay.
I forgot how cold my hands are. Ugh.
Okay, I'm in the thing if you want to start the shared chat.
Yes.
Yippee. Oh, I didn't type it. Boobies! I'd laugh so hard if I misspelt boobies. Like, it's like 4 letters. 5. It's 5 letters and multiple. Okay, hold on. We're turning everyone down in Discord.
Jesus Christ, you're ping. Oh god.
Don't worry about my ping,
no.
okay? Don't worry about it. Don't look.
Okay. Ow.
Oh.
Oof.
Okay, I'm gonna turn people up in the game. In the game.
I just choked myself. Jesus.
Kinky.
What did you say?
Wha-
Kinky?
No.
Don't lie to me.
What's kinky?
She said
I
she
said I
choked
choked
herself.
myself. Oh. Well, to be honest, I was kind of expecting Cadaver to go me next. Per usual.
Oh, I just chugged half a bottle of water.
Boo.
Nice. I'm ready to go.
I forget I can do this. I forget I can go big. I keep forgetting about it.
I see that on your
big
stream. You're fucking humongous.
Oh, I love fucking around with it because I've set all my positions on stream to be separate like camera things. Oh, it makes this existing so easy. I just have VTube Studio set to cover the screen and I can move around.
That's what I do.
Yeah. It's great.
Anyway.
Yo.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, babe.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, babe.
Me too.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Huh?
I think that water's coming up.
Oh. Send the upper house.
Clever.
Yo.
Yeah, baby.
Clever.
Yeah.
She's gonna download Fortnite later.
Yeah.
You
After
gotta play
stream.
Fortnite. Yay! We're obsessed with Fortnite at the moment.
I've noticed. I've seen what you guys have been playing, and it's just exclusively Fortnite. What is this? Fish! Oh my god, I found a fish.
Is this a martini?
Oh, yeah. Alcoholic.
No, you spilled it! No!
What? How could
Why
you?
is it so heavy?
What heavy? Oh,
I think it might be a rock.
get the moldy bread. Oh,
That made me jump.
whoops.
That's the thing.
Oh, Katya.
More bread. Oh!
I just had cow's ass on my face.
Are you complaining?
I mean, no, but you know, I couldn't see anything. Ass too fat.
Hell yeah.
Parkour.
Hardcore. Do a flip. You actually did a flip. Oh.
Is this fridge?
Is there food in there?
What do you do?
What's up?
What's up?
I think she sees us. I think she knows where we are.
Okay, I killed the duck again.
Jesus. Is that a dead. Oh, there's a dead cow. I don't even. What did you try to do? Hawk Tua? Spit on that thing? Is Cadaver still alive? Oh, okay. Okay, good. I say we just take all this and then leave. 'Cause fuck staying around.
Guys got hoarded.
Huh?
I got herded.
You got herded, I got herded.
Oh.
Hawk Tua. Where's the exit?
It's that way.
It is that way? Okay.
I think so. She's here. She's here.
I'm sorry. I know we have maps, okay? She can't see me if Cal's hiding.
Yeah.
Stay like this. Just stay come here a little bit. Okay, that's as close as you get. Yes, yes, you protect. I'm too scared to do anything. She coming. You tell us when she going, okay? What? Why'd you? Okay. I was like, why'd you run over?
I looked right as soon as she was coming across.
Is she gone?
Ugly.
Yo. Okay, so that doesn't help us.
We could run, throw the part in the thing, and then run again. And
We could.
Maybe we could kite her into the thing and it kills her.
Maybe. It's clear? Okay.
There's an item up here.
Okay. Let's go.
Yippee.
Okay. Boop.
Onward.
She's gonna appear and kill us. And I'd be like, big. Run!
My Hawk Tua wasn't strong enough.
Dad.
I'm so used to Fortnite controls. Oh my god. I
Oh,
just
look.
clicked control to slightly forgetting I can't slide.
It's not as bad as me having to, or playing Zelda with fucking Xbox controls in my brain. Hammer!
It doesn't really do anything to enemies.
Those things to you. No!
You're right.
It's just zero gravity, drone. Look at me. I can fly.
Piñata! I like this game. Damn. You trying to sit on my face? What's happening here?
Ah! No!
Ow!
Shit.
Woo!
Can't hit, we can't see. Shit.
Can I reach you from there? Can I ever stop moving?
Oh.
Shit.
You can reach up, you couldn't hit me? Damn. Hey!
Ow! Ow! I'm still rolling! I survived. I'm trying to get up.
I'm eating my hash browns.
I can't get up. Attack!
No! Oh my god, stop!
Take it off me, thank you.
Okay. That's...
It's floating. Wee. I can't grab it. There it is.
There you go. Oh. Oh. Yum.
Wee.
Well. Damn! Damn!
Yeah, how can you climb this?
Getting to high ground is not safe.
No, it's
Uh,
I didn't realize you could roll upwards.
I didn't either.
Are we moving on?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Aw.
So sad.
Yippee!
I want to look at the window. Oh. Damn.
No window.
No window.
Not allowed. Not allowed.
Hogwarts.
Hogwarts.
Hogwarts. We all forgot the cart.
Pinball. Goblin.
Goblin's his
Ball.
dick.
And the balls.
Oh my god, my
Goblin
balls.
is nuts.
Can I put my balls in your jars?
Of course.
Oh my god.
What?
Nothing in there. My love potion. Love potion number 9. Ball!
Oh, jeez. Oh, you made a tune with that. Nice.
Another one.
Cart. This sounds appetizing.
Did you just blush?
Yeah.
Wee. Damn.
I just called you so likely.
They could have a fox was financially stable. Oh, yeah.
I
Someone move the ball.
Real. Okay.
I'm killing myself.
That's Pookie, no.
I just looked up and I got picked up. You scared the shit out of me. What's that?
What are we hiding from? I heard something.
What happened? What are we hiding from?
No! Ow!
What are we hiding from?
They're fucking ugly.
Fuck they go? There we go.
Rob. ugly bitch.
That's a bitch.
That's a hairy bitch.
Huh?
You haven't heard me call her hairy?
God, this a bitch. She.
She mimicked my laugh. Get her. Bite her. It's okay, she's kind of stupid. Now we can go this way.
She wasn't moving. I got confused. And then she immediately ran towards me. It was scary.
Door's open here.
That's probably where she came from. Why the fuck is she back? How'd she loop us? How did she loop us? Unless there's two of them.
What are we hiding from?
You! That's what we're hiding from!
She wants to be included.
I don't care.
Should I go say hi to her?
There's something
No.
in that room we were just in.
Oh yeah, it's like a little... It's a little cup.
You want
I
to be
saw
her
it.
friend? Never mind.
I don't want to be friends. I don't want to be friends.
Friend anymore. What is she on?
Us.
Ew.
You done?
Even sounds ugly.
Did you have your fun?
Now she's off to go pout.
What do we? Oh, I found the next extraction.
Oh, I forgot we have 2.
I got a diamond.
A diamond? We forgot the cart.
Oh.
She went that way.
Who wants to risk their life for monetary gain? What are you doing? You look terrified.
Do I?
Yeah.
Think I'm high.
You look high and scared. Which is just like... Yes.
I
I
keep
have a
having
gummy
to,
worm.
look behind me because my mama cat is carrying around her baby. Like she has to move it.
I mean, maybe she does.
She can't. This room's not kitten proof. So she
Aw.
has to stay where she is.
Oh. You got it.
We lost the ball. I mean, it's there. I'm just too lazy to go pick it up.
That's fine. We can
Fair.
grab it on the way back.
Yeah.
Should probably go ahead and put this in.
Yeah, we have enough for the first one.
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have enough? Yeah, we have more than enough.
There's a goblet here.
Yes.
There you go. The ball's right here. There we go.
I was gonna say we could
I
just
need to
carry
go,
it.
And I'll be right back. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
You're fine.
Look at flying. Literally.
Put the kitten down.
No, Pookie. Oh. Wee! Ow.
God damn it.
I didn't move. Wee! I can just imagine Rogue just popping out of nowhere while we're doing this.
Probably, yeah.
Wee!
I want to get up there. Hold up.
I think you have to face backwards.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying, but you're in the way. Your fat ass.
Okay, I'll move.
Your big booty.
Okay.
The
Sorry about
juicy cheeks.
You're fine.
Oh, we've not moved.
We've just been
Yeah.
exploding each other.
Yup.
It's clear.
Yippee.
Yay.
I might head towards the other extraction and get that one ready.
Okay.
I don't remember where the fuck that was. Honestly. This way, I think. Yeah, it was this way. Look at me go. I'm going on an adventure all by myself. There we go. Now they know where it is. I'm scared. Oh, I didn't lose any of it. Oh, I'm so good. Hi. I'm gonna be honest, you did scare me. I I was just so scared no noise came out.
I was hoping I would scare you.
I heard the door open and I was like, fuck, please don't be rogue, please don't be rogue, please don't be rogue.
Imagine it was though.
I would cry.
You and Rob don't have a healthy relationship, huh?
Huh? Yeah.
Do you remember the first time?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, and I'm going backwards. Whoops, wrong key.
I still laugh about the clip we got of me just by myself thinking I saw something and then she just appeared.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah, yeah. God.
There's a
I
whole other
think
area
that's
we have to
honestly
explore.
my most viewed clip. No, my most viewed clip on my YouTube at the moment is the one where I've got the piss dildo and Bun eats it.
Oh.
Yeah. I was like, look what I got, and then she fucking ate it.
Yeah, I know. I got the clip.
I know.
When I was looking back at the stream, I didn't know you guys did that. So it was so fucking funny to me. She just fucking ate it.
Nom nom nom. Fuck. Goblin these nuts. Nom nom. Nom nom. Where? This way. Rub this goblin face all over me.
Huh?
Huh? Don't worry about it. What's happening in the Discord? Oh damn.
I'm coming.
Ah! Who the fuck just died? I didn't know. Oh, how'd you get back there? I was like, I'll put you in the cart. We'll go find Cal. Unless Cal's dead. Oh. The rugs.
I saw like the last moments of her life.
Okay. We've got enough to just... I'm not pushing any buttons. Where are you? Oh, there you are.
Right here. I'm trying to get this, but she's right there, or was right there. I just heard you.
It's just me. Bun said she might not join.
Oh no.
Yeah. She said that because she's not usually free till like 10 and she hasn't eaten yet, she'll probably just not join.
I mean,
Okay.
she can join for back rooms.
Yeah. Oh, I might message him like, I'm more than welcome to join for backrooms if you're free.
Because we're probably gonna start the backrooms around when she's free.
Yeah.
Which is like in an hour.
Yeah.
That was so funny. I saw her last moment.
You need, someone needs to clip that. I don't think. It'd be funny.
Okay. I just let her know. Damn, I got left behind. What the fuck?
She just ran past her.
I did.
Left behind. What the fuck? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, she's dead. Yeah. Oh, you bitches. Hey! Ow! I can't pick it up.
I feel really bad. Hold on.
Oh my god, there's more of them. Are you kidding? Let's go.
I was so sad. Let's get my jar of gummy worms out. There's my snack. That's a real healthy snack. Wouldn't you agree?
How are you not dead, you bitch?
There you go.
I thought you were talking about Cal. I couldn't see the gnome. I was just like, what?
Whatever, do you want me dead? What? Do you want me dead?
No!
Like, I switched over to watch Knabber, and all I heard was, why aren't you dead yet, you bitch, right as Cal is coming into view. And I was like, what? And then I had this, oh. And then I heard the smashing of the gnome.
Again.
Wait, what is that?
Again.
Again.
Oh, we're missing 5k for it.
What? You're laughing at me? You missed!
You broke the fucking gun!
Good.
Wait,
Howdy, how's everyone?
do I keep getting launched?
Maybe. I broke the door!
Oh. The gay bathrooms, it's okay, we don't need doors.
Yeah. Eh. Hey, shit.
Square burgers. Square burgers. Oh.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Oh, no witnesses.
Great, now I got a hole See what else we can get.
You have another hole?
Believe it or not, I have several.
Whoa. Hi, Boogie. I saw you. I didn't mean to kill you, I promise. We'll bring you back, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Why is there? I think there was a grenade in there, so we have a grenade.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, look at me. Retro's in your chat, right?
Yeah.
If I see one more square burger joke, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I hate shapes. I hate shapes. And I'm not talking to you.
What the fuck? Damn. Hot.
I just let that hit me. I watched it fly at me and I just let it hit me. Why? Why are we talking about shapes? I don't like shapes.
But shapes are nice.
I like a triangle.
You know what you can make with shapes? You can make penises. You need an oval. Not a bomb!
Jesus.
I'm okay. Oh. And for that.
I just saved your life.
Hey!
Sweet fucking revenge. Okay. What did you say?
What's she
What
doing
doesn't
with
hurt?
my head? The bims.
Since when? That's stupid. Okay, we're gonna need one of these. Did you? Okay. Get two of those.
I'm just eating my worms.
Ew, why is your head wet? I just kissed my kitty's
Huh.
head and her head's wet. I would like to go, please. Not die again, preferably.
But you can press a button.
Not with.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to shoot.
Did you kill her again?
I wanted to shoot you.
Okay.
I wanted to shoot you.
Damn. Wow.
Okay,
Okay,
on,
wait.
I need HP.
This could that bring? Do you need it?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Use it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
How much are you at?
Where'd it go?
Hi, G. Oh my goodness, hi. Oh yeah.
The med kit
Okay,
was
I'll moot in the game. Hi, G. Hello.
There was two.
Hello, thank you so much for the
Oh,
raid.
too.
Okay, I have to close to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank
Maybe a break?
you. And we'll get you a shout out.
Oh.
I'll get you a shout out. I'm being thrown around.
Oh.
Hi!
Nom, nom, nom. She's talking to her raiders right now, so I don't think she knows what the fuck just
I
happened.
know I'm being thrown around.
Piss
Put her in
bucket.
the piss bucket.
Well, that's so cute. Thank you so much. It's the Senmaku customizable one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Absolutely insane time to join. Thank you so much. For the people who don't know me, my name is Depresso. I'm a Siren Guardian from the Pacific. Of course, of course. Thank you for the raid. I stream a bunch of things. I'm a variety streamer, but today is my birthday. It's my birthday stream. I appreciate everyone for being here. Let's get. How dare you put me in the box?
The piss bucket.
A piss bucket?
You didn't say it.
You should have saw what was going on before that.
I'm so confused. But thank you for happy birthday. I'm being thrown around.
Could ever kind of put me in your ass, so I just like my.
Huh? What?
Okay, I'm back in the piss bucket.
Okay. Okay, I'm being Cadaver's ass. Don't.
Yo boy.
Yo boy. What upgrades do we have? Oh, sweet, extra strength.
Oh shit.
Anyway, G, if you need to, G, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I understand that people have things to do outside of watching me. I wouldn't be offended. Please take care of yourself. That goes for anyone coming in from the raid as well. Make sure you have some water. You know, get some food in ya. I'm gonna hide here so they can't hurt me. But yes, if anyone needs to leave, that's okay. I completely understand.
Whenever you guys meow, and then I do it, I feel like
Meow.
a Discord mod. Radioactive beer!
Hey!
Yeah!
A beer!
I'm sorry. I stood on it.
I got you this for...
It's okay, it's okay. Thank you so much for raiding anyway.
Meow. We need the cart.
Meow.
Did no one take the cart?
Ashes. Have an amazing birthday. Thank you so much. Why am I getting pinged? What's going on? No. I kind of have to pretend like I like
Blind
him.
man. What?
I wonder if I'm muted. He doesn't. Okay, cool. If I'm muted, he doesn't hear me. That's good.
Oh my god.
Anyway, yes. Holy shit! Ah! I thought I was still muted! I thought I was still muted! Thank you so much, G. I genuinely thought I was still muted, that's why I went holy shit.
that was so loud too. I have a ping drop for some reason, so oh no.
Hmm?
The crawly thing that makes me uncomfortable is here.
Oh, is that the I got head pads.
Cat red pod, exactly.
Could I ever even know we're dead? I don't think she knows we're dead.
She's about to find out. Lot?
I love.
Stuck there. Get off your pole. You're not making money right now.
Noises. You forgot the asterisk.
Oh, hold on.
That's yeah.
There we go. Hell yeah.
God, it's so cold.
It's. I imagine I want it to be cold again.
I wish we can switch.
Yeah, you can come be in the heat. I'll go be in the cold.
I would love to be in the heat. I fucking hate the cold. Like, my hands are fucking freezing.
I have my aircon set on 20 degrees currently, Celsius. Because that's just where I live. That's the temperature I live in. Always.
Oh my god, I keep thinking about the burritos I'm gonna be making. I'm hungry. I want food.
I feel that. I've been snacking on my gummy worms again.
All I had today was like a Snickers bar and some knockoff Oreos.
Damn.
I was pissed off today. I went to sleep mad and then I woke up mad.
I was like, why is she taking us out? We don't have enough money, that's why.
Hmm?
I was like, why is she taking us out of the extraction point and I don't have enough money? We're broke.
Broke. I don't know, but every time I hear the word broke, I think of that fucking, I think it's Nicki Minaj that goes, broke people should never laugh. And then everyone goes quiet.
Damn.
It's funny to me.
I love that.
I'm gonna tell Riggs next time.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna tell
god,
him
wait.
that.
I was thinking of so you saying Nicki Minaj reminded me that one of my accounts on Twitter has been getting some of her tweets recommended to me. Which reminded me of a tweet that I got recommended to me earlier, which I'm gonna send to you.
Oh god, on Twitter?
Yeah. Well, no. I took a screenshot of it. It's on Discord.
Oh, okay.
It scared me when I saw it. I was like, what the fuck? It's I I don't know how to
bad.
feel. Yeah. It is.
That's bad. Oh my god, that reminded me of something. I only have one Twitter account, right?
Yeah.
And it's mostly just art and VTubing stuff, right?
Yeah.
So I'm watching a video of someone that a recently new VTuber. She's funny to me. And
Is it
normally
Ulala?
it has
Because she's great.
Yeah.
I love her so much.
She's great. And I'm watching one of her like videos, and auto scroll happened. I saw someone eating someone out. For a split second. I took a mental screenshot of it, and I'm like, why?
What the
Why is this
fuck?
on my phone? Yeah, it's because I never like, believe it or not, I never liked shit like that on that account. ever. So what the fuck was that about? It jump scared me. It was a full volume too.
I think it goes from like people that you're mutuals with and stuff that they like, and just like, hey, you
Who
know.
the fuck is liking that?
I have no idea.
Which one of my mutuals is horny?
I mean, like, all of us are, but, you know.
Okay, but public.
No one's horny on main, as far as I know. Because you don't have any of my alts. And one of my alts is private anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
I have one that isn't tied to me in any way, shape, or form. And then I've got a private Depresso account.
AR. I've been thinking of getting one where I just post random shit.
I want to do one, but I want to
But
keep it
I
private,
already
and
post
it's
random
just going to
shit.
be like a little diary of mine.
Fair.
I'm following one person on that account, and it's me. Because I'm egotistical. If I'm gonna follow anyone, it's gonna be me.
My hands are freezing!
Yeah, hold them in mine. I'll warm them up.
Oh. I want gloves. My fingertips are like sausages. You know those tiny frozen sausages?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what they feel like.
Okay. I mean, I don't mean to laugh.
I call the tiny sausages sad wieners.
Oh, what?
A sad wiener.
Sad wiener?
Yeah, because anyone with a wiener that size would be depressed.
No!
Am I wrong? What do you mean no? Why are you yelling no?
I accidentally left the thing.
Oh. Oh, she's so close.
Yes, we might not make it.
Wait, you left the share chat thing?
Again.
Again.
I was like, it wasn't working properly, and so I panicked and I thought the button was the rejoin button, but I didn't look at it properly. And so I left it. Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
But I'm back in the thing again, so.
Okay. Where's my... I don't want an alarm for 6:30. Fuck off. I forgot to turn... Oh yeah, I made an alarm yesterday. Because I wanted to take a nap before...
Oh, what?
Minecraft
No!
stream.
I was in the clever... Okay. I was in the collaboration just to restart the shared link, the shared chat. But that's okay. There you go.
I had the best nap yesterday, and waking up to stream was depressing. I didn't want to. I forgot to mute when I went to bed, so my alarm went through Riggs' side, and he was wide awake, so he heard it. And then I didn't hear the alarm. Funny thing, but I just hear him go, babe, and I was like, oh my fucking god, what the fuck does he want? Because in my sleepy state, I hate everything and everyone.
Yeah.
So I try ignoring him and going back to sleep, and he goes, come on, we gotta stream. And I'm like, oh, I don't wanna. I just wanted to sleep.
I always
so much
I always pass out before I can mute myself on call, and I completely forgot that I had set an alarm, and my phone was right next to my iPad, and that was how I was on call with my partner. And so all of a sudden, 9:30 a.m. my music just starts blasting because that's how I wake myself up, and I panicked so much because I thought I woke him up too, but he sleeps through fucking everything.
Yeah, I sleep through everything too. You can put a fucking airplane next to me, and I would still be asleep.
You could genuinely play heavy metal on full blast right next to his ear, and he wouldn't wake up.
real.
Yeah,
I got this.
you got this.
She
She
got
didn't
this.
start
Look
shed
at
chat.
me. Fuck.
Oh, do you want me to send you the Huntrix things that are gonna
Yes.
be in?
I know you
'Cause
sent me Mira.
Yeah, I made 8 predictions and 5 of those are already correct. So I'm just built different.
I spooked you.
We
I sent it
spooked.
to you.
Oogie oogie.
I might have locked in a bit too hard there.
Hi.
Hi.
The shed chat isn't actually started.
Yeah, it's not started yet.
There we go. Yippee!
Okay, we have another one to do.
Yeah.
One more. Hopefully I don't get shot and die this time.
Oh yeah, we were just yapping, huh?
Yeah, I almost forgot how we died.
Awa, awa.
Awa, awa.
Awa, awa.
Awa. What are you glowing for? Huh? Oh, I found it. We only have 2? Yeah, we only have 2. Okay.
You want help? Yes, please.
I broke the door off. It should be easier to get in now. Oop.
Thanks.
There you
Why
Ooh.
is it flipping?
go. Oh, hold on. Lower it.
Whoever's got the bottom of it, let go. There we go.
Okay. There we go. That should be fine now.
Beautiful.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Vad say?
Ball!
Oh.
You trying to hit me with the cart?
No, I would never.
Yes, you would! Sit there
Yeah, I
and
would.
lie to me.
Are we pressing it?
Are you kidding?!
There's a yes.
I'm so mad. My god, okay.
I was so fucking confident that I would survive that. Okay, apparently, we're not good with the blind man.
Yeah, we're really bad with, Did she get stuck? Okay, no, we're fine. I thought she was stuck, I panicked. She got this.
Yeah, she got this. She looks traumatized.
She is traumatized.
You know that feeling when you're hungry and then all of a sudden your whole TikTok and Instagram turns into stuff?
Into food? Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate when that happens because then, like, I get so hungry to the point where I feel sick and I'm like, I don't want to eat because I don't want to be sick. But, like, I have to eat or I will be sick. And it's just that
Yeah.
really, really bad loop.
I like the cheesy stuff they make.
Oh, yeah. I love the cheese balls. When they, like, they make really cheesy stuff and let it pull it apart. And it's just,
Yeah.
it's so good. So I put my head in the box.
I will gladly be a big back. For food, I'd do anything.
Hell yeah. Is she? Where are you? Okay, she's got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got you.
You know what else I like watching?
Mm.
Those videos that are like, what I packed for my fiance for his 12-hour shift, or what I packed for my 2-year-old picky kid and shit like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's interesting.
Wait, this is still up here? That's kind of cool.
Hmm?
So I'm back at the start, and the shaft up here, it has the completed thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
You did so good!
You did amazing.
You did great.
You sucking her off? What's happening?
No, she's doing that to me. That's her job. Also, Cadaver, you, listen. Do you have anything you want me to change about Neo, or is she good the way she is?
I think she's good the way she is.
I locked in. You don't understand.
She's so cute.
She's adorable. Wait, you can slide?
Yeah.
Fucking since when?
Since we first started.
Since always.
I didn't know that. I just slid because I was fucking around with the Fortnite, like, thing.
Have you not seen me do it before? Oh man.
No. Ugh. Where's the cart? Is there a mini cart?
Damn, there doesn't seem to be one.
Huh?
Huh?
Why did it spawn? Why did it just spawn? Cadaver!
Ow. Ow, I'm trying to buy stuff. Let me buy stuff, please. Ducky. Oh.
Ah!
Wait.
I love that stupid fucking duck. I really hope we encounter one of the new ones.
I need to watch the Ghost Stories dub again.
I have never watched it, actually.
I'm tying you down. We're watching that.
You're tying me down?
Yeah.
That's kinky.
What the fuck is wrong with your eyes? When you look up at me and Cadaver talks, your eyes go all weird. It's so funny.
Cadaver. Why did you do this on your side? Hold up, it's loading. Oh god, they do go. What the fuck? That's awful. Wait, what if I do it with this expression? Speak, whatever.
I'm speaking.
I'm taking a look at the side of her.
Hello? I speak.
A wah wah.
A wah wah wah. A wah 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 wah.
Anyway. Anyway.
Huh? You protect myself.
In the bathroom.
Follow me! Ah, she's touching me! She's touching me! Huh? What?
Okay, wait, can I go in and close the door?
The fuck are they doing?
Oh.
She's spying on us.
Oh.
I can free myself. You can't get me.
I dropped it!
Wait, what are we buying?
That stuff.
We don't have enough for that stuff.
Someone put something in there that's supposed to be in there.
There.
Perfect.
Yeah. Perfect.
Perfect. No.
What were you doing?
Don't worry about it. I know.
Hi.
Button.
Hi. Oh.
No more hi.
Oh.
Ow!
Oh.
I still have a grenade.
Oh.
Oh.
Wee.
Could have used it.
You could have.
What was that?
Hee. Ooh, big exploding thingy.
Yippee.
A Daver.
Oh, please be careful.
There we go. Oh, another one!
Yippee. What do you mean run? Fuck off. I ain't running from shit. I ain't no pussy ass bitch. Monkey. Maybe I am. Don't you dare. You stay away from me. Yeah.
What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? What is that?
What's what?
Oh no! No, I see it! Cadaver, I see what you mean!
That's scary!
Cadaver, I see what you mean!
What are you guys talking about?
Terrifying! We need to find
It's
the
a voodoo doll. We need to break the voodoo doll. It's gonna kill me. Does it get you?
It can get you, but you're out. You can outrun it. It's fine. If we just
Oh my
wait
god,
here,
it's...
Jay, we can hear it. If it comes closer. Where is it? Kat?
It's past you guys already. It's in front of me.
Oh, I can walk into it a little bit.
Yeah, do you hear it mimicking
Yeah, I can hear it.
noises?
Yep. It's right here. Here.
I keep being able to grab it. There.
Yeah, we need to find
Oh! Oh!
Don't worry about it.
Well, I found it.
Oh. Fuck.
This is a bad situation for me.
Oh. Could be at oh. Well, I was inside Cal.
You were in Cal?
He being dead's so much fun. Oh, my back. I just said, ah, fuck.
I
Oh,
broke it.
Oh.
Wait. Oh fuck.
Hell yeah. What? Was that voodoo doll?
So I broke it, but it didn't do anything.
Lovely.
So it's kind of indestructible, huh?
Great.
Oh,
I
God,
think
it's
it's
gonna be after
just
her now.
probably.
Fuck. It's awful. Tell
I
her
don't
I'm
think she
dead
knows.
when
Hold
you
on.
bring her back.
Shit.
I don't know where
Shit.
I'm at, so tell her that it's okay to push the button.
Low.
Hi.
Fine. I got apple and grape for dinner.
Ooh.
You have no idea how tempting it is.
Oh, Bun, do you remember that thing that the voodoo doll that attacks Cadaver?
Yeah, I heard it was attacking you.
Yeah, it died.
Oh, you died? Can I, like...
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I died to voodoo
like,
doll,
kill
and I
myself,
think
please?
Cal did too.
In-game?
But you died to it too?
Yeah, I grabbed it and it killed me.
We can let Bun in if
Oh.
we die.
Oh yeah, we could
Yeah?
let Bun in if we die.
Kill me.
Are we doing backrooms?
Get me.
Are we doing back room? Okay. Are we switching to
I'll
back
be a
rooms or
mess.
doing more repo?
It's up to
Yeah,
you
what do we
guys.
want to do? I'm fine wherever. I got apples and grape. I feel like
I think-
backrooms might
I
be
just
better.
realized Bun's being
Yeah, we
hidden by
should.
my otter, so I'll move that down there.
How rude.
I know, right?
You
you
could've fucking waited! You son of a bitch! Ow!
Ah! Son of a bitch! And his hose! Yeah, toes. Sorry, doing last loser standing right now. She gonna use my head as a weapon? Damn!
Did you use her head? Oh. Jesus Christ!
The crown will be mine! Is my munching heard by anything?
No, I can't hear it.
Okay, cool. Maybe in the background you
Aw.
munching.
I nom nom nom
I
nom.
love potion. Oh man.
I found a love potion. Oh man.
I got distracted by the love potion.
You were locked locked in. Holy shit. Until the
Used my head as a weapon. So mean. How dare you use me as a weapon?
You were very effective. So we're switching to backrooms?
Are we? Or do you want to do more Reaper? It's up to you guys.
Well, I'm fine with it, whatever. I think backrooms would be funny.
Yes.
My laptop, I'm trying to watch your stream and it's stuck on a 3-second ad and it won't start.
No!
It doesn't like me.
No! Okay. Please. I need damn. That might heal. Oh! I turned Cal up and I got scared.
I scared you?
Yeah, I turned you up too far, and that was right as you were talking, so...
Before we start...
Pee pee poo poo. That was wonderfully timed. I love that. Pee pee poo poo. Oh my god, thank you, Poison. Thank you, boyfriend. Yo, boy.
Poison, later, or when I wake up, I'm gonna be drawing your haiku because I kinda got distracted today by sleeping the whole day.
Hell yeah. Oh, Cow's covering Bun now. Everyone's covering Bun today.
Nom nom.
Nom nom.
Yum yum. I'm gonna go grab my charger.
Okay, you do that. Okay, so we're doing backrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, man, apple and grape are delicious.
Well, I can tell.
Though I think I got too many. I got like a whole jar of grapes.
Jar?
Mm-hmm.
A jar of grapes.
Came into a bag. They were originally in a bag.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I'm
No, hold on.
are so baggy to the point where my legs just got tangled up in my pants.
I love when that
And I
happens.
fell.
Okay, maybe not the falling part, but...
Oh yeah, so grapes go from bag to jar after cleaned.
Okay, fair enough. I usually just eat them out the bag because I don't really care.
Oh,
Yippee! Yippee! Hi, Emplay.
I'm guessing we're gonna mute each other on Discord too.
Yeah. Because it's got in-game voice chat, but we can wait till then.
Yeah, I know it has in-game voice chat, but last time,
Why didn't I open it in VR? No, fuck off. I'm not playing this in VR. Huh?
Well, didn't they have updates and stuff? Maybe they fixed it. We can check.
Oh yeah, we can.
Maybe. But also, on the 29th of October, they're releasing another update.
I'm not gonna be able to play.
I'm gonna refuse to play because I'm not deleting Fortnite again.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna be in town then.
Oh yeah, you're going to your partner, right?
Yeah, from the 25th of October to the 2nd of November. Hey, yes, birthday fish. I'm old and frail now.
Boo.
Wow.
We love being old.
Hell yeah.
Kind of sucks, not gonna lie.
I'm the youngest.
Not for, oh, you're still the youngest. But
I mean, you and I are the youngest, but currently, you're older than me.
I'm always older than you. It's not a currently thing.
Currently, you're 20.
Yeah. Are they supposed to be muted? They're not muted. They're not muted.
Not hear us?
The sound's coming through.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Spaghetti-O.
Spaghetti-O.
They are
This is so
muted.
zesty.
I can see them coming through.
Do you guys want to see the zestiest fucking picture of Bakugo I just
Hell
found?
yes.
Why is he standing like that? I sent it.
Okay, I'll look
The
in a
fuck?
second.
Why does he look like that?
Why are his legs bent like that?
That's what I'm asking.
How is that comfortable to walk? That can't be.
This is really low. Oh, okay. Why? Huh?
Shout out, yay. At least it's not calculator.
What?
What?
Where did calculator come into this?
The shout out.
Don't diss on my boy calculator, okay?
Boy.
I don't know. His name's Calculator. What woman would name herself Calculator?
How should name herself Calculator?
Yeah!
I mean, I have the first 3 letters of it, so.
You a 4 actually.
True.
That's how we found Calculator in the first place.
Okay, I'm watching someone make a sandwich, right?
Why?
And I'm hungry. and
Yeah.
everything looks good, right? And then they put in the saddest fucking wiener. Why? It looks so sad.
Wiener.
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 Okay, Cadaver, you're hosting.
Yeah.
Shit.
Don't shit, please. Not on stream.
Let me.
I can do that later when I play Subnautica again. But you know.
I just start dying.
Look, Hilda.
Jeez.
He's still dying.
I want my sickness to end.
Mine's
Oh, I
coming
need to-
here.
Okay. Pookie, we're trading.
Players.
Trading.
Whoever is at my door, I am currently live. Womp.
Oh my god, Cadaver
Womp.
wants me to play the backrooms with her?
Oh my god, Kara wants to be a play games? Wow. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Okay, switching to game.
Okay, turning you guys down.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to change my pose. Whoops. Whoopies. Whoopies.
I don't remember the controls.
I'm pretty sure it's the same as literally every other game.
Okay.
Okay, I'll turn you all down in Discord now.
You wanted to show me big ass dino nuggies?
Big ass dino nuggies.
Please come in here and show me dino
Are we gonna start the game?
nuggies. Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, I need a name?
Boobs.
Oh.
Beep beep poo poo.
Beep beep. Poo poo.
Hell yeah. Beep beep poo poo.
Beep beep poo poo.
Yippee, okay. Yippee!
Yeah.
Yippee!
Show me nuggy.
Where's everyone? Hello?
Those aren't dino nuggies. Hold on.
I'll turn you all down when I find you guys. Oh shit, I turned Cal down, fuck.
What the fuck? That's a helicopter.
What?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, they're big.
You know what else is big?
Hello.
These nuts.
These nuts. Where are you guys?
Hello.
Oh, hey, Bun. Hey.
Who is
I'll turn
this?
you.
Hello? Oh, I'm gonna turn everyone down and start screaming in game. If you hear me, you'll hear me.
Hello.
I cadabber.
What the fuck are those?
I can't hear anyone in game. Hello.
I can't hear it. I haven't found anyone yet.
How do I?
I'm turning everyone down. Everyone's getting turned down. Ah! Is it working? I don't think it's working. I don't think it's working. Hello? Hello? Oh, don't clip that. I think we may have to... I might turn them up again.
Oh. Yeah, you're fine.
Turning them up till I find them.
My voice is good. Yes.
Where the hell are they?
Yay. My tummy hurts after eating grapes and apples.
Where? Oh my god, I found you guys! What's up? Hello?
So, she's alone. Oh, hi. Oh, hello.
Hello?
You might have put.
I've got a... Hello? Hold on.
Also, how do you
Oh,
fix
Jesus.
your sensitivity? Cause it's so fucking. Oh, there it is.
Hello?
It's so high for no reason.
Can you guys hear the You're peeking your mic.
Hello? Hello?
Fix that. I don't think it's Cal peeking mic.
Hello?
Cal's peeking on my side. I think it's the presso
She is on
peeking
mine.
every.
Oh.
I
Huh?
don't even hear her. I don't hear her either. I just hear her every once in a while, and then it's peak.
What?
Do you have push to talk on?
I turned it off. Get away from me!
What was that?
Oh god! Oh god, who's speaking? Oh my god, my ears! Oh, whatever, it's you! Yeah, wait, who is?
Hello?
Ah.
Hello?
You need to turn down your input volume.
No! How, all the way down?
Yeah, not all the way, just like maybe to the negative.
Oh god.
Hello?
Wait, what's happening?
I can... you are both...
Oh my god, my ears!
Maybe I should stay in Discord. Why is everyone peeking? Maybe we should stick to Discord. Oh my god.
Yeah. How do we? Let's just turn on push to talk.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
God.
Turning on push to talk and I'm turning everyone up in Discord.
It was Espresso and Cadaver.
It wasn't me. It was you and Cadaver.
Okay, so for everyone it's different.
I turned myself up to see what would happen.
Oh.
The entire time.
On my side, Cal was fine, and then you started peeking all of a sudden, Cadaver.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, I'd hear Depresso just come through, and it's just peak. And it's
I never heard Depresso come through. I was just being.
I heard Cal and Cadaver and it was just peaking. It was like they were screaming into their mics.
I told you this game doesn't have good microphone access.
It doesn't.
Oh my god.
Okay, let's go.
Wait,
Don't leave me.
Doing in here is gonna kill us. I forgot.
Yeah,
How do
we've
you
been
run?
fucking around and I forgot.
How do I run?
Shift.
Shift doesn't run for me.
Oh, check your controls. Check your controls.
Nox.
There's a controls tab that you can check if you need to.
Controls. Let's see. Sprint.
That too, right?
Left game. Wait, gamepad left trigger. What the fuck is gamepad left trigger?
What?
Shoot a shift. What the fuck was gamepad left trigger?
I have no idea.
Okay.
ID.
Oh, shit.
How do I ID? How do I ID myself?
C. It's C.
C. Look, it's
Card.
Hey! Yay!
Hold on. Who is? Everyone stop turning around.
Hold on. Everyone.
Okay, there's Bun. There's Bun. There's Cadaver. There's Cal. Bun.
I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna. That was. Oh god, I'm dizzy from that, and I wasn't even moving.
We haven't even started yet.
Do we not have a flashlight?
We have an inventory. Oh god, I forgot about the sanity shit.
Oh, I think it's Y'all are just pushing me out of the way. Damn.
Move!
Who is it after?
I have no idea, but 3 of us are running one direction.
Okay, so it's after me. Fuck.
Oh yeah, I don't hear it anymore. We're fine.
Oh yeah, you're so right. Whoever's still running, I think you can stop. Wait, whoever was. Wait. Hello? Which one are you?
Me.
Okay, I got Bun. I think we had Cadaver with us.
Yeah, you did. It was after me. I was alone.
Okay, so
Hello?
Cadaver's a run off, and I don't know where she's gone.
Oh,
keep
I see
forgetting
someone.
that-
Turn around.
If it's
My
just one
entity
person,
volume
it's
was
probably
off.
Cadaver.
Well, Cadaver's with Cal now,
Hi.
so we just need to find them.
It's screaming again.
Where? Oh,
Yippee.
okay. Let's not find them.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's not do that. Let's just find the exit, because if we get out, then they get
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, exactly. If they distract the monster, we can
We can leave, literally.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping that my siblings are awake because that scream. Oh my god. Oh, I hurt my throat. Mine did too.
Four.
And you know me, I can scream.
How the
I
fuck
lost
do use
Bun.
yours?
I lost Bun. Bun!
I turned a corner.
Okay. Oh, a door.
This is locked.
You need to
I'm
find a
struggling with
key.
the first level.
I forgot that you can like turn.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Cadaver fucking right spawned in front of us.
Okay, hold on. I'm turning my graphics down. Okay, that should be good enough.
Cadaver, it's
Oh,
right
God.
there.
Who just ran past us?
The fuck was
Oh,
that?
that was me.
Oh,
Right
okay.
there.
Okay,
No,
fuck.
It's right there. I suggest you run.
We are. I am.
Yeah.
I'm in a fucking corner.
Corner bad. You shouldn't be in a corner. Oh, hi.
Oh,
Damn it.
hi.
Shit!
Cadaver's alone again. I hear
Shit!
it.
Huh? What?
Wait, are you alone?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think this is another dead end.
so it's right there. We're safe as long as it doesn't see us.
They
Uh-huh.
won't see us. We're fine.
It might.
Nah.
It's screaming.
I don't hear it screaming. Why are you walking into a wall?
Uh-oh.
Who's
Oh,
walking into a wall?
I think
You're
that's
walking to the wall
Cal.
on my side.
Guys, I got a key.
Wait, wait, which one are you?
Oh, it's me. Hi.
Okay, so it's Cal that's walking into a wall.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you
Oh,
on Discord.
In Discord.
You guys are walking into walls on my side.
I think Kyle's gonna disconnect.
Yeah. Cause we can
no,
both
why
we
do I
can
have-
both see Cal walking into a wall. What? Huh? What?
Bun! I see what you're
What?
doing.
I don't know what
I
you're
see
talking
what
about.
you did.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, I don't
turned
know what
my
you're talking about.
Settings on, so maybe it helps.
Guys, I found the little hole in the wall with the ladder.
Oh yeah.
Go in. That's the exit. Get
Yeah.
in there. It just had a key in it.
No, that's the key.
Wait,
She has to get the key.
If she gets the key, do we all have the key? Because we know where the door is.
Open your inventory and see. Oh, it doesn't show
Let's-
up in the inventory.
let's see.
So I'm
Let's see,
assuming
hold
it
on.
goes to everybody.
Yeah, I disconnected.
We got the.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we got it. We got it.
Wait. Can I get invite?
How do we invite Pookie?
Watch me.
How do we get Pookie back in?
Hold on, let me.
No!
Oh,
Yeah, you're
I
supposed
just
to
saw
fall.
you.
No, you can make it to the other side. Like it's a. You can.
Oh, you almost did it though.
Yeah, I know. Okay, now there's another exit somewhere. Oh. It's okay, I'm here.
Hi. I was so close. And then my dude just decided to breathe really heavy onto one side.
Am I... Okay, we should find the exit.
Will we be able to save after we get the next exit to get Pookie
Yeah,
back
yeah,
in?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh.
So if we just find where the exit is, we should be okay.
It's okay. You can't help it.
Sorry.
Soon, I will fix this shitty PC.
Well, the monster's upstairs.
Oh,
right? So we
Jesus.
should be safe. What was me? Damn. I'm not that scary. I'm always
I thought you had gone a different direction. And so I was like trying to see where you went, you were just right there.
Oh my god, those are big nuggets. Holy shit. Oh god.
Where are you? Who's screaming?
Cadaver.
Cadaver.
Oh.
No! It's okay, we will find the exit.
Yeah, we got this.
Hell yeah.
That was bullshit.
I don't even know what the exit is in this level.
Doritos.
Oh, yum.
Fine. Cool Ranch. I
Cool
love
Ranch.
Doritos. I love Doritos. What else is it? Do we have a stamina bar?
I think, yeah, no, we do.
Yeah,
I think it's that way.
It.
Oh, I think it's just that you have it just in general. Like you don't
You're
see
supposed to find like a little house in the kitchen.
I can. I've got my graphics down really low, and I can see a blue light this way.
Blue?
Yeah, it's
I
like
don't
through
see
here.
no blue.
Here it
Where's
is.
the blue at? Blue? Blue!
I'm pretty sure this is the. Yeah, this is the. Yeah, it was the light from the fridge. So I could see this light, and that's what. Yeah, I think it's this way.
I think we go up the stairs.
Is it up the
It's
stairs?
dark in here. I think we have to
Okay,
go up
maybe
the
it is up the stairs. Oh yeah, the arrows. You know, these would help.
stairs.
Okay, but yeah, there we go. We made
Shove
it.
more apples and grapes into my mouth. Okay.
Hell yeah. Oh god, it's,
back in here?
we need to save the game and then just restart.
How do we save?
I'm pretty sure it's saved.
Okay.
You just load up the save.
Yeah. Just load up pee pee poo poo again. Pee pee poo poo.
Load it up just automatically.
When you go to multiplayer,
You
it
can.
should be in one of your saves.
Yeah, hold on, let me. I'm gonna create one to see if I can explain it. No.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Found it.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this. Okay.
I hope it
Oh my
doesn't
god,
crash
Cadabra
anymore.
wants to play with me. Oh my god.
On pee pee poo poo.
I'm pee pee poo poo. I'm pee pee poo poo. Poo poo pee pee. I love butt.
Me too. Poo poo pee.
I love the poo poo factory.
Poo poo pee pee.
Please tell me you guys have seen that.
No.
Oh, it's just a guy and he's like, this food tastes like ass. He's like, oh, I'm so he's like, no, that's good. I love butt. I love the poo poo factory.
I never heard of an ass called a poo poo factory. I don't like that.
I love butt.
No one better refer to my ass as a poo poo factory.
Everyone better refer to my ass as the poo poo factory. Hell yeah.
Fucking Christ! Fuck you, Poison.
What happened?
You.
Jump
What did you
scare?
do? Oh, lovely. Don't you dare. Don't even think about it. Don't you dare think about coming. I knew it. I knew you would think
God.
about it.
It's Gumi,
How do
sorry.
you access stuff? F? Oh yeah.
Papa and Violet too.
Are you just guessing?
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll get it eventually.
Yeah, you will.
I love what? I love the
What?
Poo Factory. What?
I just heard you say, I love what?
I love what?
There's cars in here. It's
Ah!
cars, right? Oh my god. I see 2 red and 2 blue.
Is that you? You suck.
I can't breathe.
I need to go back and clip that from my perspective. That was so funny.
Oh, there's no monster in this
I'm
level,
gonna,
by the
I'm
way.
gonna fucking piss myself. I thought this level was the mimic one.
No,
And
that's
that's the next one I know. I walked into one of the rooms and Cadabra was just standing there, and I thought it was the mimic. And I almost shit myself.
I've got a flashlight here for you.
You gotta give me a second to catch my breath. I'm fucking crying.
Keep just guessing. You guys, let me know when you find like
There's
cars.
two red, 2 blue. I told you this.
Oh, 2 red.
Okay.
There's no 2 for blue, by the way.
What's the closest color to blue?
Hold on, let me come see. Let me use my magic fingers and touch it
There's
and then
also
win.
no 2 for red.
Hold on, let
I
me
don't
see.
know then.
Can I see?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, here, I did. Oh, Jesus! You can't run up on us like that. You.
I've been here.
You guys haven't been looking for cars?
I did look. There's only 4.
Dude, when you walk up to someone and crouch, you just disappear from their view. Hold on, but
Hold on, wait.
Okay, look. You just disappear.
Hold on. Excuse me.
Let's find the fucking cars.
I told you there's 4. There's 2 red, 2 blue. I don't know.
Okay,
what
but
else
we
you
need
want
to
from
do
me.
it's color coded.
Yeah. No, the colors have numbers on them.
Yeah. You're supposed to find like.
I got it.
Stop flash. You got. Oh, you fucker.
She was right. It was 2 red, 2 blue.
I clicked it.
It was red, blue. I'm being dead serious. That was the answer. No! You guys coming back?
Can we not click it?
I told you.
I think everyone's gonna be in here. I'm stuck. Okay.
Screaming has fucked up my throat. I need a drink of water.
I need to go piss in a minute. Jesus.
You should probably piss now.
Wait.
I should piss right now.
Isn't this where we got the busted down thing?
Yes,
Oh, buzz it
is.
down. This is the one where we got the
Okay, whoever needs to do stuff, do it now while you're in the elevator. You're gonna piss yourself doing this level.
Yes.
I'm gonna piss myself. I'll be right back.
Pookie, is that you running off? Let me follow you.
Yeah.
Don't leave me alone. Actually, I'll wait for the pressa.
Oh, I thought I was following. I don't know who I'm following.
That's
Who are you?
Cadaver.
Hi, Cadaver. Hi, Pookie. You want some water? Because I got 3 on me.
I have 2 on me.
There's no
Okay, I'll take some more. Yeah, no emotes. Not Fortnite.
Saddened. I'm very excited for tomorrow when the Huntrix skins release.
Oh yeah. I'm so excited.
I feel like if I get scared enough, I might throw up.
Oh, please don't.
Oh, please don't.
I'm gonna
Watch
try
out the
not to.
window.
Did one of you just walk by near the
Yeah.
elevator? Okay.
No.
Oh.
Well, good to know it's over there.
Well, thanks.
I'm just gonna keep walking this way, and I'll be fine then, probably.
By the way, do my screams get picked up on Discord? I hope they don't.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, I got the flashlight. Ah.
Flashlight.
Oh, hi. I've
Hi.
been waiting for you.
I heard.
Oh god, this flashlight's so fucking bright. I just flashbanged myself.
Right there, by the way.
Where?
How do you pull that out?
Oh my god, there's two.
Oh,
There's two
I
of them.
found
There's two
one.
of them.
When Kadeva scared me shitless, she she gave me a flashlight.
So, hey Cal, you said there was one in front of your door, right?
There was one near us,
No,
yeah.
I was in the elevator, but there was near us.
Okay, so there's 3 monsters then.
It
Yeah,
should
we
be,
know.
yeah.
It's more than one.
I don't remember that. One just chased my ass. Luckily,
Flashlight.
they don't know how doors work.
Hey, dumbasses.
For real?
I got almond water.
Yum.
You don't see me, right? Oh no, you fucking see me.
Who the
fucking
fuck
see me.
ran?
Get the fuck out. You're a bitch.
Oh, I can see 2 monsters right here.
I see one.
I'm trapped in this fucking door.
I can see you flashing me. Huh?
Oh
Yeah.
shit! It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Come here! Come here! Come here! It's right behind you. It was right behind you.
Bun, go to the window of your room. I see
you. Hi.
We have to get over there.
I'm trapped in here. They keep coming over here.
We gotta find the room.
You let him in. You let him in.
I'm sorry. I was trying to escape.
I closed it on him as soon as he killed you.
Lovely. We have to find the room with all the. Oh. I see my dead body.
Yeah.
To find the room with all the locks. Oh,
Oh,
Cal, what are you doing?
I hid. I ran from it. I'm scared.
Run, Kadeva, run.
I'm running.
Yeah, run. Oh.
I don't know if I don't know if it's still in front of my door.
Well, I can't check for you.
Okay.
No, there's my dead body.
Him, he can't see me. Who that? Who's running at me? That's not it.
That's no one.
What do I do? I don't like this level.
We need 2 more keys, guys.
I've not found any. I'm a pussy.
Yeah, me too.
I'm so glad I'm doing all the work. Anyone outside my door?
Me, hey.
What do you mean you? I don't. No one's in front of my door. Oh, that's you. Come here. Hurry. Run in.
I see
Oh
one
god,
right
don't close.
there. I don't know where they're at.
Oh, they made it to the room with all the locks.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what the
hate
fuck
that
that
there's
is.
not
It's
a
somewhere.
fucking window in here. I want there to be a window in here so bad. Oh shit,
he's
one's
running
coming,
at
one's
me
coming.
again.
I'm gonna close that.
Yeah. Cal is just sitting in that one room.
No, it's right. It's right there.
Oh
It's
yeah,
right
no, I
outside
hear
my
it. I
door.
hear it. Oh my god, I saw its arm clip through the door. Okay, God, Cal is so scared she's not being picked up.
I'm what?
You was so scared. They got it. No. Damn, wrong door.
Did you just close me out? There's one like walking by and you closed me out in front of it.
I might be stuck here, by the way.
You have a flashlight?
Yeah, you are
Yeah,
kind of stuck.
Oh, I have one. It's in my hand.
Oh, there's 2 more.
Oh.
Okay. Should I run out and try to grab keys?
Oh, it's right there.
Not yet.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna drop all of my stuff in here.
Oh god.
in case I die. Let me drink one of those almond waters.
Almond water.
Yeah, sorry, I had a couple cans up my ass.
What? Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
PSA menace.
You think I got pockets in this thing? You see any?
I mean, in the
I mean, yeah. I see a few pockets.
No, I guess I didn't have to
Good
shove them
thing.
up my ass.
Ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Not ready. Close it. Close it. Close it. Close it.
Oh my god. Okay. Jesus.
Oh, one's running at me. Yeah, I'm kind of fucking stuck.
Yeah, Cal is just stuck in that one
Okay.
room. You guys are gonna have to figure it out without her. It is quite literally
Yeah.
camping the room that she's in.
I can't even walk out.
Mm-mm.
I'm just gonna twerk on the table.
You sit on that table like that snake you are.
Shit, it sees me. It sees me. I'm gonna die.
Oh, you what? Oh, yep, I see it. Bust it down. Bust it down. Bust it.
There's no door. There's no door.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
Oh god.
No.
Oh no. I may or may not have locked it into a room.
I don't think you did. I don't.
It got me through the fucking door. That's rude.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do now.
Can you
run for it?
not switch
You got
all
it.
the keys?
No, we don't
There's
have
no
all the
more
keys.
We need more
So we
keys. They're in the
got
other
all-
rooms.
No, we need all the keys.
Are you sure we just don't? Because I know it's glitched sometimes. I keep
just
like,
try
walking
spamming
out
them.
and it's just spam it. Spam. You have to twist them.
Well, you gotta. Twisting them doesn't help. We don't have all the keys.
Yeah,
okay,
we need
but
all
I'm
the
saying. Should I try escaping again?
Yes.
Run,
If it's
Pookie.
not in front of me.
You go. Just bolt it. Just bolt.
Run.
Book it. Book it.
Run.
Just
Go.
book it.
If you turn right, there's a door right there. That's where Cadaver is.
Yeah, that one. Get in. Okay.
I'm trying. Okay, hi. Oh.
I'm staring straight at Cal's ass.
I
Why is
was
it
doing
pointing-
the same.
What? Why? I have some.
I shit out all my almond water for you guys.
Wait, how do you
before I
open your
died.
inventory?
I.
Oh.
Aye, Captain.
I have 4.
Okay, well now I have 1. Hold up. Ugh!
You're about to.
I dropped my flashlight.
Fuck you! You scared the shit out of me.
Okay, let me pick this one up.
Why are they so loud? Okay. Cal.
Chocolate!
Die.
Jesus. I was eating and I almost choked.
Don't choke,
Might
please.
wanna
Don't do that.
come to this door and shut it when I bolt out.
Okay.
You got this.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh god, the one at the door is still at the door.
It's I saw that too. You got this. You got this. You got this. You got this.
Run, Boogie!
Open the door, Cal. Open the door. Open the door.
No!
Close it, Cal. Close it. Cal, close it. Close it.
Shut up! Shut up!
Wait. Let him walk away.
No, don't say hello. Fuck you.
Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck on Cadaver's dead body.
Yeah, whenever someone dies, you have to quickly move to the next person.
I watched Bun die.
You turned into Swift cheese. I don't know. I'm scared. I'm panicking. I don't know what to do.
Well, Cal, you're by yourself. You had to.
You have to do this.
I know.
You can do it. We believe in you. Become OP or something.
I need 2 more keys.
Yeah, you gotta go out there. Get them keys. Get them
Get
keys.
them keys.
Get them keys.
What if I just kill myself and bring you guys back?
Bro.
That's a valid option.
That is.
Get them keys.
Hug me! Hug me! Why don't you want me?
No, run past it. Run. Oh,
Here we go.
bro said, "Excuse me."
He kept saying hello, hello. No.
Hello.
Huh?
I felt a
Okay,
big
let's-
thump in my room.
Oh. Wait, is our inventory gone? Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lost
how about we stick together
everything.
this time?
I'm already
Smart.
With me.
I lost everybody.
I'm
Who's
in the
with
key
me?
room.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, it's you and me. Uh-oh. Are you dead?
Who opened
No.
the door?
That was me. I was trying to get in. I thought there was someone at the door.
You almost let him in.
Close it! I think it's turning at us. I don't know if that was one
Hi.
of them.
He turned around when I went out.
Oh.
Oofy.
There's no keys in here.
What do we do?
Got 2 keys.
Okay. I'm gonna try it here. Who's with me? Who's this?
It's me.
Who are you? Okay. You wanna try opening the door and I'll try running out, or do you wanna run out?
Oh, I don't trust myself, but
Okay. I
Okay.
died last time, so.
you tell me when.
Okay, open the door.
Oh!
Close it behind you!
Guys! Guys!
Wait, what's going on?
Who was in the corner? Who is here in the corner? Callie. Hi, Pookie.
I thought one of the things was right at the fucking door.
Same, same.
Okay. Let's try that again.
Crying, dude. Do we had?
They're both at the back right now.
There's
Okay.
2 keys in it already.
Yeah, I
We
put those
still
in.
need 2
Oh, I
more.
found one. I found one.
You found one? Okay, good.
Okay, we
Oh,
need one
shit.
more.
One's coming. Hold on.
I can see the one at your door. Okay, he's walked away now. Open the door, let me in!
That was
Open the door! Open the door! Close it! Thank you. Okay, anyway.
It's, there's
one
probably
more.
Where's
gonna be another
Cadaver?
key all the way in the corner.
Come into that door that you guys are in.
Okay, tell me when to open it.
Can you open it real quick and peek out and see if
It was very quick. I think you're good because he'll run for it, but. I thought that one of them just had to poke it in.
She's zoomed.
Okay, so we have 3 keys and all of us are still alive.
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Oh, I'm shaking.
Here, I'll go first. I'll be the first sacrifice.
Okay, I'll open the door for you.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Go!
I'll just still be there.
No, the close it.
I'm sorry! I'm sorry! I was trying to open it as you were.
There's 2 of them. Wait, oh, you're so bright. Hold on, wait, who are you?
Me. It's me. I almost vomited. Okay.
Please don't vomit.
I'm gonna try not to. I'd prefer not to vomit on all my PC stuff.
I'll open your door.
Okay, open. No, not yet. There's a man coming.
Yeah, he saw you.
It's a man.
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 We're scared of men. Oh my god, that is awful.
What if two of us run and we go in different directions?
You know
It's
what?
not a puppy, we can't confuse it.
Maybe we can.
Yeah, maybe we can.
You never know.
What if we all run?
It's coming, it's coming, it's coming.
Ah!
It's coming, coming. Get it?
Did you see let's have a seizure together?
I'm traumatized.
Maybe it's fine now.
Let me check. Okay,
No,
who's gonna
go.
look? You ready?
Ready as
Wait, am I lagging again?
My birthday.
Yes,
It's
you're
my
staring at a wall, I
birthday.
think.
That's whose birthday we celebrating.
Presso's
My birthday. Oh, so welcome in.
Is Cal staring at a wall for you guys?
I think I'm lagging.
Oh no.
Why?
Thank you, thank you.
I don't have anything else open.
Okay.
What are your graphics at?
Everything is at the lowest.
I've got mine low. That's just so my model runs. Thank you, thank you.
We're a little separate.
Oh, I didn't even do the drawing I was supposed to do. Whoops, I'll do that later. Teehee.
How close are they?
No
Damn.
looking.
Oh god!
Hold on, wait. I'm going after her, I'm going, I'm running.
They followed me to my door. Hi, baddie. I almost called her baby. Jesus Christ.
Okay, I made it. I got the key. I got the key.
You suck at opening doors for me.
I got the key. Could I ever open it?
They all should be.
Door open.
turned.
I think you have to turn them all as fast as possible to open it.
Okay, I'm here. We got it. Yeah.
I'm trapped in a corner room.
We can't go in.
You have to wait for me?
I think you guys have to die. Yeah, I've got ADHD.
I'm running.
I do.
Please say it's not over here. I'm running as fast as I can. Oh my god, I'm running.
I'm gonna open the door, and if you want
Open the door now, please. Oh, let me in.
No! Okay, I'll take your almond water for you. Oh, that actually scared me. Yeah, programmer. I closed the door at her. I'm so sorry. Where's Cal?
Disconnected.
Oh, that's right. So we should be able to get through that. Huh? Yeah, okay.
I'm dead, so.
We can bring Cal back.
I think I realized what makes me crash.
Yeah.
What is it?
Having the seizure.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, so let's quit.
So no bussing it down.
No bussing.
No bussing.
No bussing.
No bussing.
If it keeps crashing me, I can leave. Just let me know.
No.
Okay.
No.
You don't get to uninstall and reinstall Fortnite that easily.
No.
I see through your plans. Thank you for following. Hell yeah. Okay, ready. Ready for beep beep boo boo time.
Ready for beep beep boo boo.
Beep beep boo boo. We're mature
Bun, you don't
adults.
wanna stream
We're
this?
all mature adults.
Oh wait.
Bun, you didn't want to stream this?
I didn't want to take too
The
long.
sync, yeah.
It shouldn't take you
Plus,
too
I
long.
don't know if it'll run well.
I mean, fair.
Cadaver and I are just on the same wavelength, you know?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Everyone here is just one person in different fonts.
Really, like, literally.
I don't have access to my flashlight. Hold on.
How did you lose it? There's some
I
here.
don't have a
so.
flashlight because I fucking died.
There's some here, so
someone
you're fine.
Oh god, you guys know what this level is?
Did
Do you remember when we...
one? The explosion one?
Is
Look at the fuck.
no, it's the
You saw
one we did
button.
with Marius. That took
Oh,
us like 2
no.
hours. That's in the dark.
Why did I get a message on Teams? I don't even use Teams.
So there's
Ew,
mimics here too.
what?
Oh,
Oh, I
is this the
remember
one
this
where
one.
he left me
Yeah.
for dead?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's what happened. What do we?
I'm already lost, guys.
I found a
I'm
box.
with someone. Who this?
Box.
I can't see your name. Hold up.
Oh, hold up.
Do it again. Do it again.
Box.
Hi.
I
Who
think.
the fuck is with me?
Well, I'm here. This one's me.
I'm by myself.
Cadaver. Okay, that's you.
Oh.
Okay, so Bun's by herself.
I do have the quality of my game down.
Oh.
We all found the box.
Oh wait, I can't have seizures.
Yeah, be
No
careful.
seizure.
I'm putting on my water. It's like a crafting
Oh,
table in
that
my
scared me.
backpack right now.
What's the enemy in this level?
Mimics.
The same ones as the last level.
Oh.
We
I
going
think
down.
all the ones in the parking lot are mimics.
We're going down. And the Smilers.
Oh, the smilers
in
are
the
in this
dark.
one? Gross.
Not in this one, but they have a garage level as well. Open it, open it, open it, open it.
Okay.
I just heard someone scream, so
Bad
Yeah,
nether
that's
box.
That's why I panicked.
Guys,
Did you die?
I've seen this game.
I'm-
Oh my god.
technically-
We're
Hold on,
I'm
let me
not
see your
dead.
stream.
what happened?
Oh yeah, that happened to me last time too. You're dead.
Oh shit!
Ooh.
What do I do?
I wasn't paying
can't look at
attention.
Stream, look at this.
why am I what?
I kind of died.
Should we just
Died
kill
it?
ourselves?
That
What the hell?
Because Cadaver's glitched, Buddy's dead, we're pussies.
Cadaver, why did you turn black?
Look at this. Please tell me you see this. Look. Right here.
What?
Look up.
Yeah, there's a dead body. What?
Look, okay. Look directly at me. Do you see that?
The dead body?
You don't see the floating flashlight?
No, let me check your stream.
You don't see this?
Oh, I see.
I
It's
couldn't
a magic
explain.
trick.
I swear this game is a mind of its
Wait,
own.
I do see it.
Okay.
Mine's just in a different position.
Oh. Splash.
Oh, I found it.
Okay, we found the exit immediately.
I died again.
That's okay.
We found it. Why is it?
I was glitched.
Oh, could
Release on wait, that's the full
because
release?
yeah. Cadaver, we can't go because you're technically still alive.
Stop.
We
Can
gotta restart, guys.
yeah.
I think you can just DC and then we can.
I'm the host.
Yeah. So we gotta restart.
No!
I'm sorry.
No!
On 23rd, hell yeah. I'm actually gonna be in town for that. I might actually be around for the full release.
Oh yeah, I said 21st, 29th. I got the wrong date. My bad.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I know I
I
am in town for that one,
there's
so we
water.
could do full release if you want. I'm grabbing all these.
We have to delete Fortnite again.
Oh, you'll be fine for an hour. Wee. It was this way.
Open the fucking door.
And it was down.
It was down here?
It was this
Yeah.
one. And it was this way.
Careful with the monster.
I know. Be very careful. I lost where it was.
Very careful.
Are you sure it was this way?
Monster's mean.
I'm like 90% sure it was.
There's more down.
I know
Yeah,
there's
but it
more.
was right here.
Yeah, we only went down once though. That was the thing.
Did it randomize?
Did it change?
Yeah, does it change?
It does change.
That's not, wait, that's not the way we went before? Oh, shit.
Who is that? Who is this? Who's with me? Oh, it's you, you bitch.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm in a room. A rubber room.
A rubber room with rats?
Oh, yeah, I think they do reset.
The elevator position? Okay, it does. Okay. Good to know. I'm going in
got really lucky
circles.
the first time, I guess.
We did get really... Yeah, we are crazy. Just a little bit.
Me in a room.
A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy. Ah!
There's a man! There's a man! There's a man!
I'm in one of the broken rooms.
Oh.
Never mind.
Where the fuck is the
Never mind, I'm
downstairs?
saved. Holy shit. I've been saved.
You've been saved?
I have
can't
been
find
saved.
the downstairs.
I don't know, but I was being chased. Now I'm scared.
I've been
I
walking
panicked.
the whole fucking circle and I haven't seen this fucking dude at all.
I was about to go down, but one of them was down there and he started chasing me, so now I'm shedding my pants in a room.
A rubber room?
In a room with rats?
Yeah!
I'm going in fucking circles.
Oh my god,
I'm a coward.
God. I found it! I found it!
Press it.
Where?
I can't, I
We
need
have
you
to
all
all be
here.
there.
Shit.
So
Are you
you-
downstairs?
I went down again.
I can't find the downstairs.
If you
I was
all
walking in a
die,
circle.
if you all
Oh, shit.
die,
Oh,
I
shit.
could bring us there.
Oh shit, I
dead.
just saw that happen! I just saw that happen! I just opened the door. Also, can you close the
Can
door
you at the
again?
rubber room? No one's seen us out there again. I feel that.
Can you close the door again real quick?
Me?
Yeah. It's right under me. I can hear it.
I can hear it too.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep closing the door. You guys come to it.
Listen for the door.
Jesus.
Oh, cadaver dead.
I walked
heard
right
that.
into it because I couldn't see it.
I heard that. That was right in my ear. Okay. What did
Listen to the voices.
Kill me. Oi.
Damn.
Oi.
Damn, you're like touching on him and he... Oh, there it goes.
There you go. You can press the button now.
I got it! Yippee!
Yippee!
I'm so glad I found that. Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
It didn't take us 2 hours!
You don't have to apologize for screaming, cadaver. It's funny. Splish splash.
Speak bad, now I'm taking your man. Yeah. That's all I know.
Yeah, but then they can turn down.
We played this once, like, last year. It took us 2 hours to find that elevator. It was really bad. How long have you been on this? Don't worry about it.
I can't start the level.
I think I might have to.
In the light. Exit.
Oh, there's a. No, there's a.
No, it's this one. But we have to do the one.
Oh,
Cadaver.
I lost my flashlight.
Oh no.
Well,
Just saying there are other levels that are worse. I don't think we've ever gotten past this one. Like the one we're about to... There's...
we didn't get past the one with the electric dog. Or the dog.
Oh yeah, that dog sucked.
It was the. Yeah, that
hound?
dog sucked. Yeah, the hounds. They don't like light.
Blame light out in the meh. That's all I know.
I know how to do this puzzle. I know how to do this puzzle. I remember this.
It's not a puzzle.
Yeah, it is.
Oh Jesus.
Hold up.
We waiting.
There's a lot of letters. It's just patience, basically.
Who am I doing this to?
Me.
Is your way of finding new streamers? Hell yeah.
Oh, what?
No? Nothing.
What am I hearing?
Nothing.
Me
I'm
dying.
being left out.
Don't worry, Pookie. I got you. Hold on.
Gammed. Gammed. Ha ha ha. No. Hold on, it's okay. I'll fix you.
I almost choked again.
Oh god.
It looked like you just slurped her toes.
Oh no! No! I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I got one of them right.
I'm so proud of you.
Who's moving me? Stop moving me.
Everyone's sucking everyone.
My parents are gonna be so confused by this slurping.
I did it.
Hey, wait, the door closed. What the fuck? Let me in, bitch.
It's
yeah. It's dark in here.
Yeah, I can't see.
It should have been me, not him. It's not fair.
It heard you is the password.
Yeah, I can't access the PCs.
I got so scared. I got a notification
Jesus.
on my phone. I thought it was my parents, and then it was Pinterest saying I deserve this.
I can't
here it
access
is.
the computers.
Boop. 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 There you go.
Oh, fuck.
Get flashbanged.
Ow.
Password is it heard you.
Walking?
Ooh, what does this say? Let's see. QWERTY123.
The password is it
Almond
heard
store.
you. Does it sound like a mummy? Oh, don't worry about that.
I'm worrying about it.
I did the gate, I think.
Oh, it heard you?
Yeah.
I already did it.
Well, there's more than just one computer.
You all have to run the... It runs on the same thing.
Okay.
Does not,
There we go.
We can't.
Yeah, the door's not open.
Password.
Should be. Hold on.
Woo. Damn.
So what's the password?
It heard you.
Hi, Matt. Thank you. Yeah, run it.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Mommy?
Mommy?
Sorry.
Mommy? Sorry.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
What are
Mommy?
we calling mommy?
Me!
Okay.
Huh? You said okay so quickly. I'm like, okay.
I'm stuck on the
You've
computer.
unlocked the high
F.
security gates. Proceed with caution as nobody is.
Mine's not up. Oh.
Hi. Which one are you? Oh god, that's bright. Hold up. I can't see who that is. That is so bright.
It's me.
Okay. The gate should be open.
That's not the gate. That's not the gate.
The gate's the one that's back in here.
The gate is the one that's not open.
The gate is the thing that's back where we were.
Then
That's
open
the
it.
gate. That should be open. It said it was open. Gate, not the legs. Yeah, literally. Open the gate, not my legs.
I can't promise that.
Floor.
Slurp.
Don't go slurp after you said I'm gonna open her legs.
I'm helping.
Should be
What?
You all need to be back in here. Yeah, see? Look at that.
Okay.
You want to see something really cool? Hey, look at that! Oh. Almost like I opened the thing.
You know what this one is. Don't.
Hey, I got left behind. Oh yeah, never mind. Let me in. I can't see.
Okay, go, 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 go,
Come here,
go,
come here,
go,
come here, come here,
go,
come here.
go, 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 go,
Oh wait,
go,
what's
go.
happening? I wasn't
Come here,
paying
come here, come
attention.
here.
Smilers.
Ayun.
You gotta stay in the light.
The
Don't worry about the
light.
AOs. Oh.
I'm in water.
Spill!
Why do I have asthma? Ah,
Because you got animal.
please, not like real life.
Ooh!
You need a fucking flashlight.
I got a fucking flashlight. Go. I got it.
Hi
He's just
guys.
happy, Rio.
Hi.
Look at the goofy faces. How you doing? Hey, how
Yes,
you
sir,
doing?
guys.
I was too late. Okay. I'm gonna stay here.
Oh, I found it. Never mind, I lied. It's at the dead end.
They're a little hungry.
I'm gonna wait till the next.
Whoa, shit.
Hey, look. Look, I get I'm a fish, but I'm not
Guys,
that edible.
we all have to. Where are you going? That's the end. You have to go in it.
Yeah? Oh
It's
shit.
straight
Was that
here.
the dead end thing that I
Yeah.
saw? Yeah, okay, whoops.
Yeah.
I thought it would like give us invisible wall to let us know that it was it.
I thought it was the one that we just kept going. And so I panicked and I thought it was the next one.
We all have to go in here.
Okay, yeah, whoops.
Whoops. Damn, I died for no reason.
Yeah.
Station or fun? Let's go to fun way.
It's kind of fun because I'm pretty sure it's a birthday. You want some birthday party?
Birthday.
It's for my birthday.
Birthday.
Look, I have fun on my birthday. Double celebrate. I like having American friends because I get double celebration for my birthday. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Wee.
I don't like the pipe noises.
I like fun. Oh.
You do realize what fun is, right? I just want to confirm.
I don't remember what fun is. No.
Party goers.
Okay, so it is the
Chuck E.
birthday one.
Cheese.
Cool. Okay.
Chuck E.
Yeah, the
Cheese.
Chuck E.
The
Cheese one.
Who
the
do you want
fucking
first?
Simon, the fucking red light green light one.
I
That
don't want to go.
She realized what it is. She went back.
how we.
What's
Run!
happening? Right. Okay.
Run!
I don't know where we're running from, but okay.
Just keep running.
Just keep running.
Cheesecake made out of
keep
human flesh
running.
sounds yum.
Yum yum.
As someone who feasts on men, yum.
Oh, hell yeah.
We have stamina.
Yeah, we do. It's
Yeah,
because we're
because we're
running
being
for our life.
chased.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I mentioned
don't
this
think
to you
she-
guys before, but succubus and siren are really similar in the way that we lure men to their demise. Technically.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Mommy?
Sorry.
Mommy?
Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry.
Mommy? Anyway,
I'm just a shark. Nom.
you,
Turns.
you, huh? Oh yeah.
You don't remember?
I forgot about that little bit of lore. Whoopsie.
Yeah.
I nibble fingers.
And apparently
We
we
also-
die when shot.
I can't see. Am I still
In the
running?
dark.
Did we miss a door?
I don't know. I'm still running.
I'm going the other way. I don't know which way we're supposed to be going.
There
Oh,
should be a.
I
There's a
should be.
brick path there. Where we're
There
supposed
should.
to go?
Push it. Turn your
Oh.
flashlights on.
I think
I don't
know
have a
what's
flashlight.
happening.
Oh my God.
We found it, by the way.
Okay. Well, I'm going.
Where are you guys? Oh.
It's dark in here.
It's
No,
dark.
we're just missing the.
Ah, hello.
Oh, hello.
With you because you're siren. Are they friends, not food? They are friends. I mean, I take a little nibble every now and
Oh,
then, but you know.
no! This is the dog one.
Oh
I need
god.
to pee.
I wanted to do the fun one, not this one.
I don't want to do
So-
either. I don't have a
So-
flashlight.
Yeah, we all don't have flashlights.
I'm going insane.
Ew.
Well, I mean, you had 3 flashlights on you, so we'll take that.
Yeah, you guys cover this. I forgot I had almond water. I had 3
My water
flashlights?
now.
Yeah. My
Damn.
game froze.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh
I
no.
tried accessing the thing and it froze.
Maybe Cal should just not do anything.
Move your flashlight, it's blinding me. I can't move this thing at all.
Yeah,
This
because
thing
I
got-
clicked it and then it crashed my game. And I'm
Oh.
still in it.
No!
Wait, game.
Do we need... Oh, there she
There
goes.
you
She's
go.
gone.
I still can't do nothing.
I think... Apparently Heracross just the right amount of down bad. Hell yeah! They're all the right amount of down bad.
Why can't... Cadaver, when you open
yeah.
this, can you move this at all?
Do we need to reset?
I can't open it.
Hold on.
Oh
let me
wait,
get outta
isn't
here.
there a shit ton of generators you need to turn on? Isn't that what that is?
Is that what we're supposed to be doing?
I think that's
Oh.
what this level is. Yeah, you need to turn the generators on.
Oh.
Well, you
Yeah.
want to restart first then, so then we can get
Yeah,
Vicky back in and
These times are a bit too
get
much.
Presto alive.
And Cal back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I need a pee.
Go pee. Go piss, girl.
Yeah, go
Hold, I'll,
Yeah.
Hold on, give me. I'll get the invite and I'll ready up and then I'll go pee.
Okay. Oh, boy, 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 boy.
Bork, bork.
Bork, 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 bork.
Bork.
Bork, bork, bork,
Bork, bork, bork.
Jesus Christ. Is this what your partner hears every day?
Yeah.
Okay, I
He
can pee,
barks
I'll be
back
back.
at them. That's why I do it, because he barks back at them and I bark at him. That's how this works.
Fair enough.
Gotten to the point where I just bark at my own dogs. They bark at me, I go, "Rrrr." Yes.
I'm looking at the stream VC on my phone. You know how it has a little pop-up
Yes.
for who's in VC?
Yeah.
I forgot all of your profile pictures are my art.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wait, these are nice. Oh wait, I made those.
Lovely. My bugs are amazing.
Technically, aren't we all furries technically?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not.
I feel like, yeah. I feel like Kadera and I, like, border on it, but...
I don't have any animal characteristics at all. I'm just a
You have goat legs.
Yeah, that's demon shit, bro.
Yeah, that is demon shit.
Demons are inspired by ghosts. Goats.
Ghosts?
That doesn't make it furry.
I know, I'm not saying it makes you
I'm a
furry, just saying
mythological
you
being. I
have
don't feel like that. I thought throws me under furry.
Yeah, I'm not calling you a furry. I'm just saying that you do have animal characteristics.
Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm a fish. The name is Cadaver Fox.
Okay, that was before I decided to be a succubus on that.
I've debated
I was a
becoming.
zombie fox girl.
I was gonna be, if I wasn't a siren, I would have been a fox.
I was gonna be
a zombie fox girl when I first started.
Well, that explains the Cadaver Fox part.
Yeah.
Oh, I went through, so you know when I went through all my my old stuff and got those images of Josh and Molly for you, right?
Yeah.
I found the art that Bun made of me as my character. And when I was a dolphin, yeah. I love it. So Carpium a little bit.
I peed.
You peeded?
Yeah.
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 Congratulations.
Thank you.
My
I tried
feet are
really
so
hard.
cold.
Socks?
I'm freezing. Yeah, I have socks on. I have a blanket on. I have like
pants and leggings on as well. I'm fucking
Damn.
freezing.
There's a spoon touching my eyeball.
What?
Pardon?
It's okay now.
You fixed the spoon touching your eyeball. Did you fix it by moving it away from your eyeball?
Maybe.
Hit my elbow.
Okay, we're all back
Good.
and we're all ready.
Yeah.
You have school in 10 minutes. Huh?
What time
Cool.
zone is that?
What time zone is that?
How old are you? That's the next question. Please tell me it's like
Oh shit! No, I
uni
didn't
or
mean to
something.
go.
Germany? You know what? That makes sense.
I slurped it.
You slurped it.
Yeah, you slurped it.
I did.
Oh, still open.
Yes, we're here with 18. Okay. Because
No, this is
everyone
the one with the
here,
dog.
everyone here is an 18 plus streamer.
Yeah. We say
Can the
things.
dogs open doors?
I think they've noticed
no.
that we say things.
Yeah, we say things.
We say things.
Not things. Most of the time.
Say horny things.
Oh,
Very,
God.
very horny things.
I don't know
Very
who just
oh-godding
ran
to.
by me and pushed me over, but like that was scary. Ooh, Slurpee.
Slurp, slurp. Yummy. Ah, we got one.
Who's flashing me? Fuck off.
Get flashed. Ah!
See?
I want a flashlight.
I want light. I want to
Can I
be
do it?
seen. Yep.
I did it.
Oh, yeah.
There's one. So they're marked with like big red glowy button.
I found
Yes.
an energy bar.
Yummy.
Oh right, we have to keep our sanity, don't we? I don't have anything for
Yeah.
that.
I don't
have a
either. I
couple things if you
died.
want some.
Say horny stuff? No way. I know, right? So surprising. You never would have guessed that we say horny things.
We all do.
We're innocent.
Never. No, yeah, we're
Family
so
friendly.
innocent. Yup, definitely.
We're just girls.
I'm just a girl.
Just a girl.
Okay, there's one. Someone's doing one.
It's me.
That should be the last one, shouldn't it?
Well, don't we have 4 to do?
I don't know. I
We
don't know
can
how many
check
we
the
got.
thing. Hold up.
I don't know where the door is.
Hi.
Oh, gee.
Oh, we have
Where's
we
it?
have 9 to do.
Where do you see that at?
It's 3? Oh, thank God. Never mind.
Where
The
do
one
you
more.
see that?
I
We've got
found it.
so back at the start where the gate is, all the green lights that are up now. East
For some reason, at the beginning of your sentence, I thought you were gonna do the Markiplier thing where he starts jingling keys.
Jingle jingle jingle.
Jingle, jingle.
So
Super
what is going on?
section.
Oh,
So we do
that
have 9 to
super
do.
section.
Okay.
Who's with
So
me?
this one's open now.
Who are you?
Hi.
Who this?
Kadaba.
I don't know where I'm
Okay,
going.
Heyo. Wait, I didn't do the name tag. Come here.
But you're with me, right?
Give me a second.
I got Kidabber.
Yes.
Hi, Kidabber.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got
So where's the way
3.
back?
So
I
no,
don't know.
so
I think it's this way.
hold on, I'll go this way. We have 3 to find in here. I was calling out to you. So we have 3 to find in this area. And then
Oh, it's every area?
yeah.
Oh.
Are you guys struggling to open the door?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, there's flashlights
Where? Oh,
on the thing.
yoink.
I can't open this.
No, because we need the generators up.
Oh, I didn't even see that door. I'm being completely honest.
Genuinely jingle or jiggle, both. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Jiggle jingle.
Oh, my jiggles are hidden by Cal.
What do I hear? 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 What do I hear?
Oh, that's a dog.
Dog.
Flash it in the face. Oh God. Close the door on it. Bro.
Hold on, Cal, I have to
found a
move you because
way.
my jiggles are you're hiding my
Here.
jiggles.
There's some water for someone. I just shit it out for you.
Oh my god, Cal, why
Can
can't
do
I
that?
pick you?
I'm sorry.
There we go.
I'll
Gonna move you
pick
down
when
a little
I'm
bit.
there.
Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Anyone else need water?
Move Cal back up. Oh wait, oh my god, I can just do this. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Are you
Anyway.
jiggling your tits on stream?
Yes, I am. Always. The ads just said no. No jiggles for you.
Is there anything in here that's gonna murder me?
It doesn't look like it.
It's me, I'm gonna murder you. Rawr.
Alright.
Rawr.
Right.
Rawr.
Here's one.
What are we look? Oh, that's what we're looking for. I can't see shit. It's dark. I don't have a light.
I forgot how to crouch.
Someone, why did no one close this door behind us?
Because I panicked.
Because it doesn't matter.
Oh, I found it.
Where'd the dog go? Can't it get in?
I found it. I found it. We got the next area open.
Oh Jesus.
Who did?
Oh.
Who are you? What are you doing?
What the dog doing?
What are you doing?
Why do you walk so
Walking.
sus? Whoever's walking. You.
Me?
I'm looking at you. You.
Me.
This person.
Yeah, what I do?
You walked
like
so
a mimic.
weirdly.
You walk like a mimic.
I got scared.
I'm just chill like that.
I'm
not a cool guy. Let me out.
Why?
No jiggle. Jiggle has been done.
Why did we close this door?
Dog.
Dog.
Doggy
Butter dog dog with the butter.
Oh, let me out. Someone let me out.
I'm stuck in the corner.
Corner.
We gotta go that way, I think.
Yeah, I think
Ads
so.
block the jiggle.
Dog.
Okay.
Flash it. Come here, bitch.
Just keep flashing the bitch. Oh.
Oh.
Well, about that, I'm taking your flashlight now.
So I died too.
Oh.
It's just you two.
Oh.
Fuck. I ran.
Flashlight was supposed to work.
Yeah.
I'm going insane.
Flashed in the face.
Yeah, it doesn't. It gets distracted. That's kind of it.
I
Like
dropped-
runs away a little bit.
I dropped a bunch of almond water.
I found one.
Ooh. Where?
I have there. Cadaver is the first dead one.
Slurp.
Fucking donut world.
Slurp.
Or slurp. Oh,
Slurp. Hold on. Slurp.
get the. Oh god, the flashlight's
We just
floating
gotta-
again.
It is floating. I see that.
Okay.
So Cadaver, how's your day going?
Hold on. Give it a second. You have to flash it a couple times to make it run off, I think.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, there it goes. There it goes.
Okay, I
Okay,
don't.
so
I think we have to go
We were
back though.
sacrifices.
Yeah.
I think we have to go back.
Cadaver, it still says you're
Was there
playing
nothing in
Repo.
here?
Yeah, and then there's nothing in there.
You didn't
Okay,
change
that's
the
You have to pay for
category.
your daily dose of VTuber Biba. Yep.
The VOD's gonna say that anyway.
Get out of here, you stupid dog. Bad dog. Bad dog.
I was about to say
Bad,
something, but I'm
ugly
gonna
dog.
keep my mouth shut.
Nah, say it. Say it with your chest.
Is that how you talk to Ozzy?
Maybe.
She fully
Maybe.
admits it. Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, let's go.
Didn't you see me in the question of the day telling him no bad?
Oh.
True, she did do that. I did see that. Okay, but wall's blocked off.
You mind if I have some of your tasty beverage to wash?
I will take a drink in a shake. What if we're on the next door that opened?
That hit the spot.
Slurp.
Slurp.
Make sure to check your sanity.
Oh, where's my
It's
sanity at?
important.
My sanity is, I think I've got like, it looks like a third. Got a third of my sanity left.
Where are we going?
I'm trying to figure out if so we did all three. So
Oh, slurp juice. Oh,
slurp
this is the one that
juice.
came out of my ass. I'm gonna pick that back up.
Okay. I think
Shove
I
that
will
back
drink.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, shove it back in.
I'm getting pinged. Go away.
Do you think that would hurt?
I'm. Yes, it's a can.
Okay, so
My ass is not a poop factory. It's an almond water one.
Poo-poo
your
factory.
ass can stretch up to 8 inches. I think you'll be fine.
Okay.
Man.
This way maybe. Is this
Yeah,
where we came in? No, this is new. I'm like 90%. It's new.
Flash the dog. Flash this bitch. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Oh, be careful.
noises
Be
it
careful of the water.
It just disappeared. Cool.
There's another one. There's another one.
Flash the dog.
It's gonna be in now.
There
Okay.
it goes.
Going this way.
It's still here, so just coming. It's coming. It's coming. Hold on.
Okay, I got you. Okay, go go. Alright, we gotta find the next. Yeah. Oh, I thought this was a dead end for a second. I panicked. Freaked out. I'm back in 4 hours.
Is it another one? Oh, yep. Hi, buddy. You like fuck off, man.
Okay, so
Yeah,
not
get
this
outta here,
way.
bitch. Okay, yeah, that's just a
Which
dead
means we
end.
gotta get to that door. So the dead end, it is, and there's a dog there.
Let me out.
I'm going insane.
Drink some water. I'll flash it.
I don't have any.
Oh, here. Let me shit some out for you.
Hold on, wait. Come in here.
I shit one out.
I don't know where you are.
I'm in the room with the dog.
I got eaten.
What do you mean you got eaten?
I got
God,
eaten by the
dog.
other end.
The other
Yeah.
dog.
The other dog.
Why?
It's
They're
okay.
both in the fucking room. Get the fuck away from me.
I'm back in the fucking building. Oh
You
my
fuck
god.
off.
My boobs are sweating.
Goddamn. My ass is sweating from clenching all these fucking hands up my ass.
I think I disconnected again.
No.
Cause I just see her running into a corner.
Oh, woof, woof,
Hey,
motherfucker.
yo.
Hey, bad dog. Fuck off.
Yeah, disconnected.
Yeah, be a little bitch. I don't think I could do this alone, because I think I have to turn away from them when I have to do the thing. Is it like a puzzle, or like, what is it?
You just
I've-
turn it on.
Yeah.
I don't think I can get you. I don't think he should be able to. You should be fine. It's just a bunch of clicking. Just turn every single switch on. Okay, cool. I just gotta get 2 more. Oh.
You not. Please. Leave me alone.
Go away.
I'm gonna head back out this door real quick. I think I'm safe in this room.
You should be, yeah.
I swear, if this bitch opens the fucking door.
Baby, I want.
Oh! Yes!
I'm inside of Bun.
Oh, are you in my ass too?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of room up here.
There is. No wonder you got all those cans up here. So much room.
Yeah, I
And
got
do
like
we
6
need
of them fuckers
to
up in here.
reset and get Cal back?
Yeah, do you guys want to do that now, or?
Do you want to see if you can get the last 3?
If you want me to, I could try.
If you can get the last 3 and somehow get to the next level, we can reset and bring Cal back.
I'll do my best.
I believe in you.
Sorry, I keep crashing.
It's
It's
okay.
my fault.
Fuck off,
We
dog.
can't blame you for shitty PC. Okay, the door's just deal. Go, 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 go. Yep.
Fuck off. Fuck you.
I think you can crawl through there. This is where I died the last time.
I'm just gonna wait until this dog calms down. I don't trust it. What's in here? Is there anything in here?
It's a little
Oh, shit in here.
passageway.
There's nothing. It's just a dead end. But excuse me. Oh, hi. You know what? You fuck off. Thank you. Nothing in here. I see a hole. Ew, hole.
Every hole is a goal.
I have
Real.
Is there gonna be a dog in here?
Probably.
Mm.
Oh wait, no, I think the dog's in the room. So if you go back down the hallway and you can see the door on the left wall, I think he's in that room.
In here?
Yeah. Well, maybe not. Oh wait, is there a shin in there? I think there's some switches back there. No? Damn, lied to.
I don't remember what it looks like anymore.
Just look for a big white light.
White?
Yeah, the light's white for me.
I got red.
Yeah,
It's-
mine's red too.
Mine's white.
Mine's is gonna be probably red.
Probably red then, yeah. Look for a big light.
Big light, like this
Big
dick.
light. Real.
I remember this room. There's one on the wall.
Literally right there.
Shove more cans up my ass real quick. What? I'm in Among Us. Holy shit.
Which means you only got one more.
Okay. Feel like I'm aging.
I'm the only one aging right now.
I think I have to leave out of here and go back around.
What about
to-
that door back there? You just went past.
Which one? Is there
There's
another
a-
one I missed?
Yeah, behind you.
Turn around. I thought I went in here.
No.
Yeah, I went in here.
Did you?
Yeah, there wasn't
Oh.
anything in there.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I think the last one's probably out here somewhere.
Probably.
Time to crawl again. I swear if the dog walks through this fucking hole. Dog? Where's Mr. Woofington?
Mr. Woofington?
As we've dubbed him.
Ain't nothing in here.
Wolfington.
The third.
The third?
Yep.
Junior.
The third junior. So Woofington the third junior. Not to be confused with his father, so Woofington the third senior.
Yeah. His little bitch ass run through this hole.
Damn.
I don't know if I want to go in there.
Do it.
Oh, it just leads over here anyways. He did run over here. Like a little bitch. Hold on. Before I... Let me drink some
Fair.
ass water.
Ass water. I love
Delicious.
butt.
I feel much better mentally now.
Was it what?
It's ass nut water, that's what it was.
Oh. I thought she said, was it bubbling? I was like, why would it be bubbling?
Because your ass water's bubbling.
Ass water's bubbling, there's a problem.
You know, maybe ass water bubbling is a natural thing. You know?
That's just what happens when it...
Oh, it's
Bitch,
this one
you
again.
motherfucker. He was trying to get me. You ass fuck. Get the fuck out of here. Run, you little bitch.
I'm gonna cry if it's
Okay,
back there.
is that just a dead end over there?
I have no idea.
I would like to see, but he just keeps coming back.
Dude, chase him down.
That is a dead end. That is a dead end. That is just a dead end. I'm gonna leave him over there. No. Go back into your fucking dead end.
Stay over. Shit, get in your corner. You stay there.
Yeah, get in
Back
there.
in the
I'll
corner.
hit you with the fucking newspaper.
Back in the corner.
Back.
Get back.
Back, I say.
Back, demon. I'm crawling through your hole. You can't stop me.
Okay.
Oh,
I guess. Damn.
guess I didn't have to ask.
Where is this last thing?
I don't know.
Have you checked every single room in here?
I thought I did.
Check them all again, just to be sure.
The door in here. I swear, if this just leads back to that fucking dog, I
I'm
swear to
gonna
God.
laugh so hard.
It led to the fucking dog.
Why did that scare
no.
me? Yeah.
I died.
Fun died.
It led to the fucking dog.
No. Okay.
Yo.
TFO. Get Cal
Yes.
back in here.
Yes.
I feel bad.
No, it's okay.
Don't feel bad. We do this happily.
My
Yeah, I want you here, Pookie.
it's almost 5 p.m. My room is getting dark, so I gotta turn my lights on. I don't wanna be scared. I'll be like 2 seconds. I don't wanna be scared.
Restarting is an excuse to get away from the spook for a minute.
Fair. I'm pissed at that last dog. That last dog's a bitch. I swear.
Okay, I beg.
Hello.
Oh, thank you.
Hello.
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 How the fuck do you guys do that with your voices? I'm surrounded by Pikmins.
Pikmin.
Where's my fucking
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Agnes.
I just shit mine out.
I did too.
I don't know where I lost all of you.
Meow.
I need to pee again.
Literally every door is open.
Now we know the secret of the dogs. They're little bitches. Flash him. Flash his ass.
Sorry. I got scared. It's a defense mechanism.
Oh, he disappeared. Okay.
Good.
I still don't have a flashlight.
I don't either. I think Cadaver's the only one with a flashlight.
Back up, back up, back up.
Rawr.
Okay, there's one down here somewhere, I bet.
Well, I can't see what the Zeppy ground is, so I can't. Someone blind him? I'm gonna go for the door back there. Okay, I got it, and I can see a light. What the fuck is this?
Let me.
Okay, I got one.
How dare! Sorry,
How
I didn't mean
dare
to.
you?
Damn, that's an ugly ass dog.
Back the fuck up,
I didn't expect them to get so close.
Oh shit, he talking to someone. Oh.
Why is it so fucking dark?
Cause I can't see shit.
Wait, who died?
Me.
Oh.
Damn.
We really all need flashlights. They did not
Yeah.
hand us any flashlights.
That
I feel like they
sucks.
need to hand us flashlights.
Jesus.
What happened? What did happen to you?
Wait, I think I just saw that happen. I think. Oh no, I didn't see that happen.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
that's not good.
everyone's dead but Bud again.
Well.
Never mind. Well, I'm stuck on
Okay,
Cadaver's
so-
body.
Let me explain what happened to me.
Okay.
I found the door, I opened it, and I got killed immediately.
Oh.
Because there was another one.
Damn.
Where do we get Aren't the flashlights? Aren't they back here?
I got one. There's only one over here though for some reason. Who wants to be the dog tamer?
Uh-oh.
What was that first room that we cleared out?
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
I found a flashlight.
Oh, good.
Where the fuck?
Yeah, let's go through this
Who are you?
area again and see if we can get flashlights and almond
Hi,
water before we head
Cadaver.
out.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Jesus.
Pikmin. Pikmin. Hello. Pikmin. Hello.
Are you doing the Americaya thing, Cadaver?
America. Hello. Hello.
Cadaver sounds identical to it. Shouldn't there be flashlights in here?
I feel like there should be.
We'll just
I'm finding energy bars.
Hello.
Dark.
Jesus. Imagine the dog was a skinwalker.
No.
Who has a light between you two? Okay, then get the fuck are you doing? Get in there. Go.
Where?
There.
Hey.
No,
Do we still? No, I don't know if it's reset every
I think it gets
every
reset
time.
every time
Yeah.
we die.
Hold on, let me go check.
Yeah, we'll check the thing. I'm hoping that it doesn't.
If it doesn't, then we'd only need one more.
Hi.
Yeah.
I don't know where the generator is. I just realized.
This way. Oh, it doesn't. We have 3 left to get.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Thank
2 of us
God.
got lights,
Oh, that's
so-
this way. What the fuck happened to my game?
Did you just get teleported?
No,
I did.
I
What'd you
I
get
did. I
teleported
lied.
to?
I go teleport it into Cal and then out of Cal.
Oh.
Yeah. My game glitched.
I'm lost.
Hold on, let's go find Cal real quick.
I'm back at. It teleported me back to the start.
To the
No, just go down
start.
the thing and then you just turn to the left.
Literally all the way at the start, like near the pipes.
Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
And just go straight down.
Hi. Let's
I
go.
went the wrong way twice.
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. God, we're all autistic.
Room.
Meow.
Room.
Okay, doggy's
Oh
here.
my
There
god,
is
whoever's
one back
standing in
there.
front of me. Oh.
I can't see where to go.
Okay, I'm getting the one back here.
Bitch.
Okay, the one back here is still here.
It's dark in here.
Okay, I got that one. We only have two left to get.
Okay.
Not
What's
in
up?
here. Oh, there's a dark area over here.
Where?
Right there, that door that's...
There's a flashlight behind on this shelf right here.
Yeah,
Someone
I'm
grab
gonna
that.
go in here.
Where?
Where?
Okay, there's one
Hold
in
on,
here.
wait a second. Did someone grab that flashlight?
We can't
Got it.
see it.
I got it.
Okay. Use that shit.
Okay, we've got one left to find.
Bun, come on.
I got the one in here. I got the one in here. I got the one in here.
Oh.
There you go.
There's nothing else in here. I got the one in here.
Yeah.
No flashlight?
Nothing.
Oh.
Is there anything down that way? Or is that where the other
No.
dog is? I think that's the other dead end with the dog.
Yeah, don't go that way.
Don't go
That's
to
where the
don't.
dog is.
Sorry.
Okay.
Back up from the dog.
Okay, get out.
We have to go out this way.
Where is... I think the rest is this way. I think there's more... Yeah, there's more down here.
Oh, fuck.
You can
Oh
close
shit,
the door.
who opened it? I'm trying to close it.
This...
Ugly.
Where's
Is it
the
two?
there's a door over here.
Don't open that other door.
Guys, there's two of them.
Where's the second one at?
I don't know, I hear it though.
Yeah, it's at the door that I'm... It's back
Oh.
here.
Okay.
Nothing in there. You have to go through that door. There's nothing in here. You have to
Where
go
do we
through that door.
Oh, shit,
I'm
I'm
going
going
insane.
Hold on, let's close this back up real quick.
Does anyone have almond water?
I only have one.
Had one.
I
Okay,
have none.
Cadaver, I'll give you the flashlight. Since you're gonna need it. How do I drop it?
Just throw it out of your
I think you
inventory.
drop it out of your inventory.
There you go. Because
Yep, I'm going insane.
gonna die.
No,
Okay.
cookies. Okay, we ready?
We have to just get this.
Okay. I think in this hole is where I remember. Well, this is where one of them was last time. Did we only need one more?
You need one more, yeah.
Yes.
So let's check in here, and then maybe it'll be in here, and we're good, and we can leave.
Okay, I found almond water. I'm good.
Oh hell yeah! Drink that shit. We
I
need to
am.
find one for Cal.
Yeah, I know.
I hate that we can't walk past each other. Like
There's another
Yeah,
flashlight
same.
in here, by the way, if anyone needs it.
Where?
Back down there. At the end of the hallway. Out here.
Oh,
Okay, you're dying anyway. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll grab it for in case later.
Yep. Okay. Time to find
But
the
this is the
last...
last one's in here.
It has to be. This is the last area.
Well, there's the other area where the dog's at.
Is she coming out for you guys?
Yeah, you and her both.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, me and her?
Well, not you anymore, but...
Now you're fit.
Oh no. Oh.
And our bun still.
Oh.
Oh, there she is. Nope.
Hello?
Wolf.
How about this way?
Bark.
No one's checked these doors, so...
Oh.
Okay, not that one. That was the one that led straight back to the dog.
Nothing in this one.
No one in here. No one?
We can crawl through the hole. Or actually, we don't have to crawl through the hole. You just go through the door.
Okay,
This is where the dog's gonna be over here.
I found it! I found it! I found it!
You found it? Get it. Oh, we'll protect the dog while you get it.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, we can head back now.
Yeah, we can go straight through.
Oh, it's open. Let's go.
After you.
Okay.
Okay. This way. We've got a... Surely there is... Okay, I think I'm going insane a little bit. Oh yeah, this is back at the start.
Perfect.
Just gotta find the way back to start. I've got a flashlight. Why am I so scared? Yeah.
Back a little.
Don't block me!
I'm trying to get through this way. 'Cause I'm pretty sure it's down here. Or maybe not. There's 2 flashlights here.
This looks familiar.
Oh!
What are we going? Oh, this is the beginning. Fuck yeah.
Yay!
Oh shit, I'm going
okay.
insane.
This way, go! Hurry up! Run!
I'm running.
I can't.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind. I was like, I gotta walk. Oh, we did it. Oh, thank God.
Let's bring Pookie back.
I'm still very insane.
Yeah, I'm still going insane. Oh,
I failed to join game.
Failed joined game.
Cal only died. She didn't disconnect.
Hold on, I might have accidentally. What did I do?
Cal didn't disconnect. She died.
Both me and Bunch.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's my bad.
Yeah, no. Kadava quit the game, which kicked us all out.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's
Which is
my
why I
bad.
was saying that Cal only died instead of disconnect.
I thought Cal DC'd.
Yeah.
That's my fault.
No.
It's okay.
I completely forgot that we watched her blow up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay, go pee.
Okay.
Does anyone else need to pee?
Nope.
You guys good? Okay. I have to go get some drink. So I'll be like 2 seconds.
Okay. I'm so ippy. I feel like I haven't slept enough, but I know I slept enough, but I'm still very tired.
Fair. Literally say.
I went to sit back down at my desk and I need my desk and now it hurts. Ouchie. I have my twink.
Ouchie.
I got ouchies. I've been I'm running out of gummy worms.
No.
I'll be snacking. I have to go pee. I'll be back. You suck.
And you swallow.
Nah, damn right I do. Anyway.
I peed it again.
Hi.
Hi. What's happening?
I just killed both Depresso and Cadaver, and now Depresso has to go piss.
Hell yeah.
I'm spooky like that.
Piss party.
Yeah. Yuck.
I think I keep having to go pee because I ate like a whole apple and then a jar of grapes and then I had a cup of tea. Oh, I just looked at the weather for tomorrow. It's gonna be thunderstorming.
Oh boy.
Oh god, it's gonna be thundering till 3 to 7 p.m.
Oh god.
Oh.
Ugh. My dogs are not gonna be happy.
Okay, I'm
Fuck you,
back.
you made me yawn. No.
I was wondering why it was getting so hot in my room. My aircon turned off. I didn't even notice.
Oh.
Okay. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go.
Someone tell me to get off food Instagram, please.
Get up food Instagram.
Send me
Thank
the
you.
food.
Give us
No,
the
I'm
food.
hungry.
I
Fine.
like
Yeah.
Pookie, you want a flashlight? Oh, I'm about to go insane.
Oh. Oh yeah, we all are.
Oh.
Scoomy. Scoomy.
I ain't.
Pookie, I'm gonna shit out a flashlight for you. There you go.
What
Enjoy.
is this? Piss water? I got juice. Who needs juice?
Oh,
Does it
take
give
your
sanity?
juice. Yeah,
I
it
don't know,
ups
it's
your
just
sanity.
juice. Here.
Pookie,
Someone take it.
grab this fucking light that I dropped.
Take the juice.
Juice.
Is this a
It
camera
says
one?
it gives speed juice. It just said
Oh.
speed. It doesn't give sanity.
No. I thought it gave sanity.
I think this is the one with the camera. Excuse me.
I think it
Hopefully
is.
we won't go insane as fast.
It might be the camera one, or it might be the one with the vending machines.
It might be vending machines. Oh god, slurp juice, bomb and water, give me. Shit, I just shit it out.
I
That's
found an
all I meant to
elevator
do.
with a ladder in it.
Yeah, it is the vending machines. Okay, count how many chairs there are first.
Huh? Where are you guys?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm slurping some random
5.
water that I found.
I love that.
5.
Slipping random water.
I love water. I'm trying to see if I can find more for you guys. Just looking around.
Okay, tables.
1.
1.
Oh, so we're both checking all these doors. Hold up. Hi.
Oh.
How many waters?
What's in here?
Water dispensers.
4.
We can leave through that door, I guess.
We don't have
And
to.
books.
5.
So that's 8. That's one exit.
No, wait,
2.
6.
Do you know where they are?
Nope.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Almond water.
Oh,
I've
the door
got
opened.
some.
Do what?
I've got some almond water, but I don't know where you guys are to shit it out for you.
Cadaver, right here. Cadaver, right here. Right here. Right here.
Oh my god, how did I miss it?
Oh my god.
Oh, another flashlight. Should I shove that up my ass? Or how many
Hell
do I have?
yeah.
I have 2 on me. I could grab another just in case. Never know when a Pookie needs a flashlight.
You
Oh,
there.
I found another one. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Another flashlight.
You guys need almond water?
I'm currently good.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure Bun's got some cans hidden?
I found the first one I found and I drank that shit and that's all I found so far.
Oh, okay.
Can I give someone like? Can I boost someone up there? Guys, come here.
I'm looking for almond water still.
I got juice.
I also
Who
got
this? Who this?
Okay.
Come here. So we can go in the vent.
You
But
sure about that?
yeah, it keeps telling me
Go.
I can click it.
Ooh, almond
Oh,
water.
how? What do I
Oh,
get?
it's in here.
Do we all have to be in here for?
Do we?
I think we.
Guys,
Oh
we might
my
have
god.
found it.
Okay,
Okay,
hold on.
I'm
Grabbing
looking
almond
for
water.
more almond water. Sorry, I'm not.
Okay. Oh, I found some. Does anyone need it?
I think we're just collecting it just to have.
Yeah,
Oh
we're
my
just
god, give me
picking
the.
it up because it's good to have on us.
Yeah. No.
Oh, hi. I was wondering why I couldn't open the door. I was like, why does it keep closing on me?
Okay.
Oh no, this does have the cameras.
Does it?
Yeah, see, reset cameras.
Where the fuck are the cameras then?
I have no idea.
I found a computer. Can I access it? No.
Jesus.
I lost y'all.
Oh, there's a
What's
camera.
that?
Okay, I'm getting out.
Oh, I see you.
Why do you walk like that?
My inventory is filled with juice. It looks very.
I hate that was so funny to me. Just to turn around and then I don't even know if I'm assuming that's Bun there.
Okay.
Turn around
I
and just
reset.
my inventory is
Hi.
filled with juice. Okay, do we go through to the vent?
Where's the vent?
Where?
Where the vent? Wait, the
This
vent.
way.
We
Wait,
have to
the vent.
get past all the cameras.
Yeah, but the
Where
vent.
the fuck are you guys?
You don't
I
have
don't
to
know
get
where
past
you
the
went.
cameras for the vent.
Isn't this a camera level?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
is.
we found the
Oh, hi.
vent.
Where the
Yeah,
vent?
but do we need to
This
open
way.
it?
This way. Where's
I
Cal?
follow.
Come back.
I don't know where.
Okay, we've lost Cal. Get out of the way! Because the vent is through here. But it's closed off, so we thought everyone had to be in here to be able to open
Oh,
it.
vent.
Yeah, you see?
I'm sprinting. I'm lost. At least I'm finding almond water.
Hell
That's
yeah, grab
good,
that shit.
but I don't know where you are.
Oh. This door's open. Wait. Did I just go in a circle?
Did you go in a circle?
I might have just went in a circle.
Okay, well then circle your way back to the vent. Hello.
Ooh, almond water?
Almond water. I have 3
Energy
cans of
bar?
almond water and 2 juices. They give you
Oh,
speed
I
boost.
found...
Cans of almonds.
Guys.
Hmm?
I found the exit door. The vent is not there. That is not the exit door.
Okay, there's a
so-
bunch of different exits to the level. It helps you
found
decide where to
the-
go next. So
I found the actual like exit door, not the vent, the door. And the camera room. It says the first 2 are good, the last 2 are spotted. And there's crowbars
what?
that we can... Yeah.
I have no idea where you are.
Um,
Literally everyone else is together, so
Oh shit! Okay, well, with the crowbars you can open the vents. You can't open them any other way. You have to do the camera part.
Where the camera?
This
Okay,
way.
so what you have to do is just not get
Seen, yeah.
yeah, not get seen. I can tell you if you got seen.
Who wants to go? Well, where the fuck is the camera room at? Where you see the is that at the very end?
Would I see the screens?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's at the very end.
Okay. Wait, who's
I
going to be going through the thing?
Find a bunch
Well,
of
you guys have to
open doors.
go reset the cameras first.
Who wants to do it though?
Ah, well, I'm
It doesn't
spotted.
matter. Yeah. I hear noises. Who's making
Yeah,
noises out there?
I was hearing a snake.
That's the camera.
Snake.
I see people.
Hello.
This way. Look. Crowbars are right here.
Were we all spotted?
I don't think it matters.
Well, it does. You have to not get spotted for the door to be open.
Well, the door
Hi,
is
guys.
open. Oh, that one.
This one's not. We have to not be spotted for this to work. That's nothing.
Well, I can get back to
By
the
the
other
way,
vent then.
Hold up. Let me tell you how much almond water I have. 6 almond water, 1 juice, and 2 energy bars.
I have one almond
Thanks.
water.
I can't pick up
Oh my god,
crowbar.
I keep pressing C, thinking that's the.
There it goes.
Thinking that's anything.
Tickle me. What's in here?
There's a big button at the beginning of the level.
At the beginning of the camera section of the level.
Yeah. I think if you go through the vent that Bunny's going through, you might get taken back to the beginning of the level.
Oh, you are an idiot.
Yeah, just keep going through that vent. That's up there.
I'm ready for it. That takes you back to the vent that we were all looking at before.
Okay, then go reset the cameras. Because that's near it. Okay, cameras reset. Doors open.
Hold on.
Come on.
Hold on.
We have to wait for them to come through though, because it won't let them.
I know what this is.
Yeah, but we can't. We have to
I
get
know, but
here too.
yeah, I know, but they can go through the vent, can't they?
No, the vent has to drop down. I
No.
can't get back
Oh.
up.
Okay. But that's the hotel
Hello?
with the moth jelly.
Yeah, I remember.
What are you doing?
Ow! Ooh.
Who this? Who on the
Ow.
floor?
I think that was AFK.
Okay.
I just smashed my elbow into my desk.
Womp womp.
That's mean. Okay. I'm gonna try the camera part, but
I will let you know if you are spotted.
yes. I don't actually know where I'm supposed to be going.
Okay. Sorry, I had to check on a kitty.
You're fine.
Do I have to reset the cameras?
No.
No.
Okay.
Spotted. Now you do.
Oh, fuck's sake. Where?
Second one.
Yeah, but where's the camera? It wasn't looking at me.
Spotted again.
Yeah, no, I can see that. But it wasn't looking at me, that's the thing. I know it wasn't. I waited till it was.
I just see you on the screen crouching.
Uh-oh. You have to, did you reset the cameras?
Yeah.
She did, yes.
Okay.
Shouldn't only one person be going through the thing? So
Yeah,
then
I am.
But then
Cadaver has
Cadaver's
as
at the
well.
beginning, so she has to also do it so she can get back through.
I am.
Yeah, but if one of them fucks up, then someone has to go back and reset.
Oh, we could just both go back and reset.
Yeah.
Do we wait for Cadaver?
What's going on?
Do you want to come through the camera area?
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, because we have to get through without being spotted anyway.
I don't know where the cameras are.
So there's one at the corner of the side of the camera area. So before you get to, so in the hallway that you should be in at the start, there's one on that corner before it turns off. So there should be a room that you can go through to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second part of the area, there's another room that you go through to avoid the other camera, which I shall. I don't care, that spotted me. She'll stand there with
No, you're
my
still
torch.
good.
This way. Just come through this way. Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys are here? Or not yet?
No, not yet.
Yep.
There's one more camera and I don't know where it is.
It is in like a hallway. In a
Oh, I
very
think I
open
see
hallway.
is it all with all the poles in the middle?
I don't see any poles. I just see a big hallway.
Okay, then maybe not here. I don't know where it is. Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay. The
Yeah.
camera is just here. So it's behind this wall. Oh. Okay, it's... Can you tell us when it's facing the back wall?
They don't move.
They do move.
On
It has been.
not well, not on the screens. Like
Okay.
on these. At least not for me.
Yeah, I don't see him moving. Oh, spotted.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, we gotta get back. You can stop crouching.
I am not. I'm not crouching.
No, you are crouching. You're crouching for me.
I'm not
Yeah, she's like speeding. She's like speeding through it.
You're
Or crouching.
I'm not crouching.
I promise you, you are. The other one's here. See.
Yeah.
Reset. Okay.
Yep, there you go.
I gotta figure out how to get past that. I think I know how. And I think it is just walk behind that wall. Dang, 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 dang.
God damn, that pop good as fuck.
Okay,
You
so
see what I mean, Bun? That's all I get on my Instagram, and I'm hungry.
You want me to send you some stuff? I got you.
okay, it was this one.
Oh no.
Let's do this way.
Hold on.
Have we been
Got
spotted?
a cat issue. She's bugging
No.
me.
Okay, hold on. We'll wait.
Okay.
Wait, Cal. What do you see on your screen? Do you see like the
I
door
just
or?
see on my screen I see like where the cameras are and
Yeah,
occasionally you
on the
if you pop in.
camera, on the camera that we're on, which is the third one. What do you see? Like, what does
A
the camera
door.
see? Which okay, so we should be good to avoid if we just go straight through this way. When Cadaver's back, we should be good to just walk straight
I'm right here.
past. Okay, so she should be She should be okay to go this. Oh, okay. There's another door right there. A camera, I mean. That's Okay, the last one is right there, and I don't know. What do you see on the last one?
You're about to get spotted.
On the last one, it's like a hallway, and yeah, you were about to get spotted. I
Yeah.
saw you both for a second.
Yeah.
It's just facing down
Down.
the hallway.
Yeah, that doesn't help because that's like the only way we can go.
Yeah, I know.
Mm.
But that's all we see.
We haven't been counted as spotted yet, have we?
No.
No.
Okay, so you should be good to come this way. If you want to sit in that corner.
I'm getting big eepy.
I'm gonna test something. You tell me if I get spotted, okay? If I do, I will run back and I will go push the button so Kadaba doesn't have to. So if I go this way... Did I get spotted?
No.
Okay, let me try something again. It's literally looking at me. That's terrifying. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Did I get spotted?
No.
Okay, Kadava, go along the wall as much as you can, underneath the camera and
on.
no, underneath the camera, and then to that room that's there, and then along that wall. Okay, so yeah, push against. Hold on, because I've made it to the end.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yippee! And then, yep, just keep going along that wall. You will be fine, and then you can come through. There we go. We all made it. Look at that.
Yay.
Yippee!
Oh, this is the elevator one.
Oh, icky.
This is the one with the look up thing. Okay, it's youngest to oldest.
Huh?
Yeah, youngest to oldest.
Bug spray.
Now my inventory's full. Does anyone want some piss juice or an energy bar?
I think I can hold some piss juice if you need
Oh.
it. If you need me to.
There you
I
go.
accidentally dropped my almond water.
Let me take
Use
that piss
piss
juice. There you
juice.
go. I've got more than enough space if anyone needs me to hold things.
There you go.
Okay, let me get the bug spray in my hand though.
Oh yeah, this is the one with the bug spray, and then
Yeah. Gotta find the
do
bugs.
we even have bug spray?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was back at the start.
Ew.
Oh, I kind of didn't pick it up.
Is that more bug spray? Is that that's water? Okay.
I might go honk shoe after this level.
Okay.
I have to help. I have to get off too because
Yeah, I might take. I'm after this level. I might take that time to do my drawing.
I don't know who I'm behind, but I'm walking. Hi.
Hi. Okay, found the bugs.
Spray them bitches. Oh look, there's more piss juice.
Got some moth jelly. And some piss juice.
Love the piss juice.
Love the piss juice. Meow. Meow. What do you even use the moth jelly for? Is that for the lock?
yeah, it's all the way over there. Back here. Here.
Oh, down there. Okay.
You send it down and you get a key.
Bugs.
I can't pick it up. My inventory full.
I can't pick it up either.
My
I'm
inventory's
gonna grab
full.
a flashlight. I don't think I need 3 flashlights.
You.
I'm gonna drink one of these.
Oh, I need to drink one of my things too. Actually, shit, that's bug spray. I don't drink the bug spray.
Oh, hold on, wait. Put the jelly. I ate a jelly.
Where's the other one?
I did that too.
Where's the other one?
Oh shit! Fuck! I just ate it too.
God damn it!
Damn. Okay, we gotta find more bugs.
It was just so yummy. I couldn't help myself.
It did look so yummy.
The moment you paused with the sentence, I knew you ate it.
I ate it.
Yummy.
It was yummy. Surely they give the moth jelly back. Surely.
If not, we can wait till we shit it out. Eventually, that'll happen.
That's gonna
right?
take a bit.
Maybe it'll give us instant diarrhea.
Oh god.
I can push buttons. I don't know if they're doing anything.
Why are there no fucking moths anywhere?
You might need to reset.
I'm sure they respawn eventually.
There's more. There's more than just 2.
There should be more than 3. There's 3 every time because there's 3 locks. But I don't know where they are. Surely they come back.
Surely.
Surely.
Found one.
Murder it. Don't eat the jelly.
Yeah, don't.
I'm gonna try not to.
Are.
It just looked like you sniffed that up. That was really funny looking. How many more moth jelly we need?
3. We need all 3. Because we ate 2
more
of
moth.
them.
I found more moth.
Okay, so we need 1 more. Because Cal got
I will
one.
not eat. No num nums.
No num nums.
I can't believe I did the same mistake I did last time I played this game.
Well,
Oh, the door's open. Isn't this
I'm
the door?
going insane.
Oh, do you need the almond water?
Yeah.
I've got a
Here.
bunch.
Here.
I'm good on sanity.
I got a key.
Okay, put the key in the hole. In the lock.
What does the juice do?
Speed boost.
Speed.
We do need one more.
We need one more.
Yep.
One more moth.
We would have had enough if both of you didn't eat them.
I was hungry.
I saw Depresso do it. It looked tasty.
It looked like a good idea.
Okay, if someone jumped off a bridge, would you do it?
Maybe.
If it was one of you.
Oh, I found one. I found one. I found one.
Found some almond.
Give me that good jelly.
I
Oh
swear
my god,
if
you
you eat
scared
it.
the shit out of me. I don't know who that was. It just walked by, but you scared the shit out of me.
Oh, right here? Wait, turn around. Me?
Hi, yes, you. Spray you with bug spray.
I'll spray you back.
Just
I'll
mean.
open my mouth.
Ah. Hi.
I feel like I'm like really out
Hi.
of shape. My dude breathes really heavy.
After like a couple steps.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it.
Oh shit, I'm going insane.
Drink some
drink.
water.
Drink.
I'm opening the door. Never mind, there's no key yet. Oh, I'm going insane. Shit.
See.
Glug glug.
I found some bugs.
We got the last one anyway.
Yeah, could I read the last one? That elevator.
It's
Elevator.
square.
It's square.
Jelly.
The bug jelly.
We already got all the bug jelly.
Where's the elevator?
In the elevator. This music
the
is
beginning.
something. Who's
I'm
in here
waiting for
with
you in the
me?
hallway.
Who are you?
Oh wait, Clever. This way.
Yippee!
Hey.
Oh.
Oh, I'm going insane again.
Okay, hold up. Let me piss quickly.
I mean, we're gonna end here anyway.
Yeah.
Oh no. Remember murdering everyone in this
Yeah.
elevator.
Yeah, except me, and I looked up at the monster like, "Hi, how you doing?"
And then I ran away.
Hee hee hee.
Are we just gonna check
Are
it
we
out?
ending?
I have to hop off.
I want a honk shoe. Me too.
Okay.
Honk shoe time.
Time for me to draw. Yeah, boy.
Yuppie.
Yeah, boy.
Have fun drawing.
Ik wil.
Lots of fun.
Ik wil. Okay. Ik wil lieb de visie.
Bye bye.
Good night.
Boy, boy. Eat well,
Bye
everyone.
Good night.
EP time is over. It's birthday. Okay, I have to. How do I close my game? Exit the game. Exit the session. And then I've gotta turn off my model because I can't have my model up. That's so mean. You scared me away. That's what you did. That was mean. What the frick? Okay, I'm gonna set up drawing. I'll be like 2 seconds. Okay. I think I have everything. I just have to set everything up properly. But it's pretty much ready. I don't actually know who I'm gonna do first, but why am I not here? What? There we go, there I am. Gotta connect my... Why are you not? There we go, this one. And there we go. Ta-da! It's been a hot minute since I drawn. I'm gonna find something to play actually. I'm only 50 minutes into this one, Jesus. Right. Okay. Oh my god, it's like people in my house don't appreciate the fact that I do. Oh my god, my goodness. There we go. That's better. Actually, why are you not? It's better, I guess. I'll screen that shit. I love when things are broken. It's the best. There we go. Much better. Yeah, okay. Teehee, that was from when I was drawing Nana, and I needed his skin tone and hair color. Actually, Cal, while you're here, send me your reference sheet. I'm gonna draw you. Because I need to make you and Bun one too. What if I just write Shork? That works, right? That counts as you, yeah? Let me hide this while I get it, because I don't want people seeing all my DMs. I can see my DMs, you guys don't get to. My secrets. So weird seeing my DMs on my actual fucking PC. Do I still have the... I don't, do I? I don't. Okay, never mind. Damn, I thought I saw my Spotify thing up so I could actually play Spotify. Damn. There it is. Hell yeah. Save to image. It hates me. My Discord hates me. I'll get them, I promise. Okay. Save that one. Get this one. Save that one. Perfect. I did. I did leave it. Does this also say I'm streaming with her? Huh. With Cadaver not being live, it should have kicked me off of it. I swear I left it. It fixed it? Is it fixed it? It is fixed it. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm panicking. Yeah. Okay. I can do this one again. Where's it go? Where'd it go? There it is. Here it is. That looks like it says Shank. I'm so sorry. You wanted the Capri Sun. That's the one you wanted. There are so many in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 for me to draw. What? Okay, with the whole thing. Oh my god. Get big. That's... Don't take that out of context, please, I beg. You just need your face. Yippee. Look at that. Perfect. They look like the same size. Perfect. Honestly, these new pencils in Procreate, oh my god, they're so good. I love them so much. They're annoying, but I love them because, like, one wrong move and I got this. I do that every time. I do a whole spin cycle. Whoops. T here. I hate myself for doing that every time. The full circles for no reason. Nope. Oh god, no. A whole staffer and I. Lucky you. Merry Christmas. Is it under your eye or on your eye? This one is again, how much is it? I think it's on your eye, okay. No! Yeah. I see that here. I'm just gonna get your little Been in there. Tea here. Actually, I'm gonna do it in a different way. And a plan. No! Do this. Look at that. That's lovely. No! My perfect lines. Destroyed. I keep forgetting my browser has noises. Can't break the free song, can I? Yeah, it's fine. Juicy. Juicy Capri Suns. That's right, okay. Whoopsies. What is he out there? Good enough. Go play. I think I can just. It's way too dark. Oh. Who's that? Okay. I have a stabilized one. Please tell me about one of these that's stabilized already. No, no. Look at that. Just what I needed. Oh, why is it so big? That pause. Oh, excuse me. Indy sneeze. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I avoided it. I think that's too thick. What's this one? Oh, it's too thin. I'm gonna try the other one. Wait, this one's too thick. No, I don't. This is too thin. No winning with me. I need it to be perfect. Good enough. I'm sorry? I don't... Huh? Jesus. That scared the shit out of me. Hi, Huggo. Thank you so much for reading. Hello. Hello, raiders. Welcome. I'm just doing some art right now. You did not copy the raid message? Fair enough. For people in Huggo's chat who do not know me, which is, I wouldn't be surprised if that's all of you. My name is Depressor. I am a siren from the Pacific. I'm from Australia. I'm a variety streamer. I do a lot of art streams. I'm doing more currently. Today is my birthday in America. Today is my birthday in America. That's my birthday stream was today. How was stream? While I shout you out, how was stream? I hope stream was good. I'll give Hot Golf love. You played Star Rail? Hell yeah! Did you gamble? Please tell me you gambled. Sorry if the art part of this all is laggy. Just the connection to my iPad isn't the best. No! You need to gamble more. Yes, yes. Play more. I have so many accounts in like literally every Hoyoverse game. Except Zenless. You do need to play more. So where did you get up to? I'm assuming you're playing the story. So where did you get up to in the story? Tell me where you got off so I know where you are. Tell me. God, I need to play more Honkai Star Rail. My goodness. I'm blocking the train. Oh, you're like at the start. Yeah. I think that's the first boss. That's really early on. Honestly, I can't say anything. I only very recently got to past actually. Did you get to the newest story? I'm like one planet away from the newest story. See ad break, but I'm actually really glad that it's only a minute. Yeah, I think I'm like 1 or 2 planets away from the newest story. I was playing the newest one anyway. I think it was the newest one. I don't know. It's been a bit since I played. It's been a few months. I don't know if they added a new area. Here. Anyway, right now, I didn't actually explain this. I'm doing art for my vgen. Here. Much trials and yaps, we didn't get far. That's so fair. That's why I can't stream Honkai, because I would just spend my time talking about the characters and gambling instead of actually doing the story. Plus I need to like upgrade all of my characters, so I need to upgrade them all so I can actually do the story anyway. So yeah, any and all art that I do here today is going straight on my vgen portfolio. Because you know, I need proof that I do art. That is, yeah, spend more money. Spend money in Genshin. Not Genshin. Star Rail. Sorry, my brain's on Genshin because of the new character that came out recently. I am. It's been 7 hours. Thank you for happy birthday again. It's so weird having a birthday. You know? Because, like, you're getting older, but you don't physically age. Imagine if you physically aged on your birthday, like you actually changed. Thank you. Oh, hold on. It's getting there. It's catching up. No, I didn't want to move the ref. Okay, yeah, so really. I had to color it. I have been streaming since 11 a.m. this morning. It is 6 p.m. And I still have, and this is only the start of my art. I have so much more to draw. Change that. There we go. Good enough. It's fine. It's good enough. no. If you needed to raid and run, you can raid and run. It's okay. You didn't have to come back to lurk. It's fine. I'm just quiet and focused. That's all. Oy foot. Thank you, Retro. I will. My back is gonna kill me after this. Hi, hello. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Akuma. Appreciate it. Hello, welcome in. You're actually on my list to draw later. Hello. Why does Cal have to have so much hair? How dare she? Making my life difficult. Fat head of hair. How could she? Really? Wow. It's been a long time. Wait. How long have you actually been following me? Hold up. Let's see. Wow, November. Damn. In almost a year. Crazy. November 18th. Because I can check these things. That's actually insane. That's so weird to me. I think I have. Oh wait, that's not clipping. My goodness. Actually, sorry, that's like absolutely surreal to me. Oh, chat. Okay. Like, what the fuck? So nice art. Thank you. All art that I'm doing today is going to be put on my vgen as portfolio stuff because I desperately need more portfolio stuff. So I officially have a vgen. Which is also really, you know, really cool to me that they actually have a vgen now. I don't feel like some off-brand artist selling my shit on the side of the road at a little store now. Oh, I've been doing so much today. I've just been using this as definitely a big old wind down. Select this spot. Yeah. Oh, I took this one. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, my phone's gonna die. Oh, I need that. Excuse me. I hate when that happens. Oh wait, wrong pen. There we go. Oh, it's gonna take me a minute. I gotta send all this to myself. Hold up. Oh, my back. Poor back. Aches. Why did my internet die? Huh? What do you mean lost live today? I'm still live. Did my connection die? What happened? I seem to be fine. I'm so confused. What the fuck happened? Well. Yeah, that's one done. What do I got next? I'm honestly way too tired for this. I may push the art to like honestly tomorrow. So I have been live for almost 8 hours and I'm tired and my back hurts. I wanna go lie down. So tomorrow I will really just be catching up on art that I was supposed to do today. Yeah, that's the plan. I'll do that. Any bits of art that I didn't do today, I will do tomorrow, which is like literally all of them. But it's fine. I'll be fine. Oh. I am tired. I am gonna unfortunately go eat. At least go lie down. Way too eepy. I don't know. I don't think. Unfortunately, no one I can raid. I love and appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out for birthday. I'm sorry that I didn't do all the art. I'm genuinely so tired that I just can't. I can't, and I will either be working on them tonight in my own time, or actually I'll do them tomorrow on stream, because that's the best I got. That's the best I got for you. Okay, rest my back because I am in so much pain. Thank you all so much for coming out today. I appreciate you all so much. I will see you tomorrow. You're all amazing people. Bye bye.